So I saw this video right here.
When this woman ordered a Big Mac, she came across a problem she definitely wasn't expecting.
McDonald's. Got a Big Mac, right? Look at that patty. Y'all, it's so thin. What?
And if you thought that this slice of beef wasn't thin at all, you won't believe how she compares the patty to the other ingredients.
It's damn near $10 meal. Matter of fact, let's see how thin it is to the pickle. The pickle thicker than the patty.
Do you think it's a problem? When this woman ordered a Big Mac,
Let's find out. Today, I went to McDonald's and I bought 3 Big Macs. I understand 3 is not a great sample size, but it's good enough. That's what we have. All right, guys. We're going to open up the first Big Mac right here. Just a minute. Okay. So we're going to have the first Big Mac right here, and I ordered them just a raw Big Mac. Nothing special, no, I just said, give me 3 Big Macs, just the burger, not the meal. So we're going to open up the first one right here. And as you can see, there's a bunch of this green shit on there. And you've got the burger right here. And we're going to go ahead, let me just go ahead and put some paper towels down. Yeah, I'm a very clean person. I don't like to get dirty. I'm actually the cleanest person there is. It's the world that's dirty. And I only happen to live in it. That's all. Okay. We're going to go ahead and take this off. And then we're going to look at the patty itself. Oops, I got a little stuff on my finger. And I'm going to zoom it in. I'm going to change the focus here just for a minute. Okay. So I apologize for the focus, but we're going to have that here. So there is the patty. And here is the pickle right here. And we're going to put it right on top just so you guys can see. Wait, it actually is... No way. There's 2, okay, there's 2, oops, sorry. There's 2 patties here. Okay, so that's the, wait. It actually is the same size. Okay, now we're gonna go and we're gonna look at the second patty, okay?
Department is on tactical alert.
Oh, here we go.
All right, Christina, thank you. We now take you to a live press conference with the LAPD chief, Jim McDonald.
Communities and respond effectively to any unrest or unlawful activity.
Yeah.
Let me explain for the public what all these means in practical terms. When we declare a tactical alert, we're activating a department-wide operational posture that enables us to reallocate officers rapidly, hold over shifts as needed.
Are those the Marine? No, those aren't the, oh, there's the sheriff.
Officers assigned to the field remain in their areas unless they're reassigned. Activities are narrowed to police work of significance or major importance, and officers who are able to return to the field in their areas of assignment. We also notify all relevant command staff, including my office, the Office of Operations.
Where are you going with the fucking cone?
In order to ensure seamless communication and
That's
coordination.
not your cone?
In response to current events, we've also implemented
what the fuck?
A partial mobilization of the department, which means we've extended watch hours, deferred days off for some personnel, and alerted off-duty officers to be ready for deployment. Our ability to scale up quickly is essential during this kind of fluid and unpredictable situation. We're deeply appreciative of the assistance we've received through the California Mutual Aid System, with officers and deputies from across Southern California already on the ground in Los Angeles supporting our efforts.
Well, that's good.
We're also aware of reports that the president intends or has deployed U.S. Marines to Los Angeles. The introduction of federal military personnel without direct coordination creates logistical challenges and risks confusion during critical incidents. Los Angeles Police Department, alongside our mutual aid partners, have decades of experience managing large-scale public demonstrations, and we remain confident in our ability to be able to do so professionally and effectively. We urge full transparency and communication across all levels of government. Our priority is simple: keep both the public and law enforcement officers safe and to maintain order. To the public, we fully support your right to peacefully protest, but let me be absolutely clear. Those who choose to incite violence, engage in vandalism or graffiti, or attack officers will be arrested. There is no tolerance for criminal activity under the guise of protest. And many ask, you know, not a lot of people, relatively speaking, have been arrested during this incident.
That's true,
well, I would say that I wouldn't argue with you on that, but many more will be arrested as the investigation continues.
Guys.
There will be many more subsequent arrests. Finally, I want to offer my deep gratitude to the men and women of the LAPD and all of our partner agencies who are out there standing side by side. They're working long hours under intense pressure, and what I've seen as professionalism, courage, and commitment to this city has never been more evident than in the past couple of days. Thank you all very much.
Buenas tardes y gracias al alcalde Bass de la ciudad de Los Ángeles.
All right, so there you have the mayor standing by as the police chief just spoke. They're talking about that tactical alert, which we told you about earlier, which means
isn't the mayor supposed to say something? I mean, I would assume that she is.
What you're seeing right there in downtown LA. He also talked about the Marines being sent to Southern California.
How about that?
The lack of coordination with that. And what really stands out to me, Alex, too, we talked about the LAPD has decades of experience in dealing with situations like this. Now, some around the nation or President Trump may say, well, we've seen what happens in LA when there is unrest.
Damn, I didn't know that.
Right? I mean, that's the thing. And that's Bass's point that she's been making. Okay, the way that you can make the point to the president that you don't need the Marines and don't need the National Guard
stop burning shit down.
Not have a bunch of people out there throwing rocks and glass and
it doesn't make you look very good.
Shields and putting face masks and all the rest of it. You know, because this situation in this particular area right now is not entirely under control.
But we know there's an element of that who don't care. They don't care.
Right. They don't care. And so then the question is,
arrest them.
When he said people are going to be arrested eventually, but should some of those people be arrested now?
Yes.
I think that his point
is fucking obviously
members of the LAPD know the streets of LA.
Right.
They know the communities. They've covered riots. I mean, I've covered 2 riots myself in my decades being here in Los Angeles. So they do maybe the best that they can with the knowledge of knowing the city compared to Marines who
have never been here.
They may be from Kentucky.
Never been here before and have no experience doing this sort of thing.
Well, they should have controlled the situation better.
To be a Marine is to do that kind of work either, and we've never seen something like that. But it is. My point is that just
if you let people sign up to be deputized to deal with this, that website would crash because there would be so many people signing up.
No doubt.
Like you would have over 1 million signups in like an hour.
LA is out of control.
Right, and some of them say, thank you, President Trump, for restoring law and order when LA's, they would say Democratic politicians are not able to do that.
And they see a lawlessness that they feel is allowed to perhaps just go.
Well, it is allowed.
Fester.
Yeah, exactly.
And so it's and this isn't the first day. This is the 4th day of this sort of situation. But you see, this is the National Guard that was called in, and many of them sort of. We have not seen damage to the federal building, but they're not actively engaging with the folks there either.
There's quite a presence there at the front of the federal building. You have the National Guard and Homeland Security in the darker uniforms there. And they've been out there all day with that presence that was quite significant, with a lot of LAPD to the backside of that. Now they've moved in and cleared the crowd down away from the front of it. So it was an intimidating presence, you have to admit, in front of the federal building.
Yeah, that's
right.
You don't see anybody getting in there. That's not supposed to.
See, that's what I said earlier.
The question is, will that
you want to solve this problem?
Let's listen back
to the chief.
You get a lot of people over there doing that. It's solved.
Joined by Commander Ryan Whiteman,
Stops happening
who usually
instantly.
works Operations South Bureau, but during this incident is the day watch incident commander. So I'll take any questions you have. If they're detailed questions,
Let's get it.
Commander Whiteman would probably be better able to answer those.
More to the questions.
How does the mobilization that might be coming affect what you guys are trying to do on the ground, and what is your biggest concern with that?
Yeah, the mobilization is what we do internally to be able to get more officers out there. We had declared that earlier, and now we'll have the ability to have roughly 400 additional officers deployed to the field.
Are you concerned with the federal mobilization? I mean, the National Guard and the Marines possibly coming this way?
Yeah, when I look at this, and my assessment may not be accurate based on this thing's continuously churning, but I see two parallel tracks that don't work together, if you will. We're dealing with the issues on the street that you see every day. We deal with that with LAPD resources. When we need additional resources, then we reach out to the sheriff, who brings in mutual aid. We have 14 different agencies working with us for that purpose. And then only if we weren't able to continue to deal with that, needed additional help, would we reach out to the sheriff, who would then request National Guard from the governor. So that's one line. The other part then is the National Guard were federalized by the president to support federal agents who are working on behalf of ICE to do their operation. The Marines were brought in then today, evidently, to join the Army National Guard in doing what their main mission has been identified as, which is the protection of federal employees and federal property.
Do you feel that incites them? Do you feel that makes it any different on the street?
You know,
yeah, he said they were overrun yesterday. He did.
It's a very emotional topic, absolutely. You know, could I quantify what that is? I think it has certainly heightened everybody's level of awareness and certainly anxiety.
She's shaking her
but
head.
to be able to quantify that, I wouldn't.
Maybe not a big fan, right?
We'll take two more questions, and then the chief has to step out, but he'll come back.
I'll be back.
How are you avoiding less lethal weapons being used on people who are merely there in the way, potentially? Because
well, get out of the way.
Everyone that's being hit and is being attacked, including press. I don't know, like it doesn't really make any sense that people are just being shot at.
Yeah.
Can you
Sure.
explain how you...
Doesn't make any sense why they're throwing bricks either.
Yeah, we minimize it through training, through the equipment we use. It is a target-specific munition. That's not to say that it always hits the intended target, particularly in a dynamic situation. I know that the situation you're referring to with the member of the media, we saw that. We're very concerned about that. And we're
the person who did that should get fired.
Yeah, we're also aware of that, and we're looking at that as well.
Chief, go ahead.
Stop throwing bricks? Yeah.
You know, all of the streets surrounding the federal building complex, Los Angeles, Temple, Aliso, Alameda, they've all been cleared. You pushed the crowd away from it. I know you can't talk about all of your tactics, but in terms of the benchmarks that you want to hit tonight, are you moving people away from the freeway as well by clearing out those streets?
That's pretty obvious what he's trying to do.
Yeah, we're trying to move them away from wherever the threat is. So if there are people assaulting officers, which is often the reason they're taking rocks or bottles or pieces of concrete, then they will attempt to disperse that crowd so that they're not enabled to continue to do that, and move them out. If they can target individuals who've been the ones who are the aggressors, who are throwing the rocks, and they can safely go in and arrest those individuals, they will. Some of those will be arrested later. And after having been identified. And so this thing is moving forward in a way that some get frustrated with and watch. But we're out there, and we have an approach to this where we're not going to move a crowd into an area where it's going to cause additional problems, into the Civic Center or into the freeway. We're going to move them away where we think they can do the least damage, and we're going to try then and employ tactics that would minimize that even further.
Yeah.
How many businesses have been damaged and looted? I know there.
Ooh, that's a good question.
Weather Division has put out that there's some looting going on at 6th and Broadway. And as the National Guard, have they actually engaged with these protesters? Some media outlets were reporting that they were actually sending out tear gas, and I know on our channel we did not see that.
No, not that I'm aware of at all. That I'm aware of, there were at least 3 businesses that were broken into and property taken from them. along Broadway and maybe other places. As far as the National Guard deploying anything other than around the federal building, I'm not aware of anything like that.
Yeah, I don't know about that at all.
Headquarters damaged, correct?
Yeah, damaged, yeah. The whole Civic Center, there was significant damage as it relates particularly to graffiti, broken windows, that kind of thing.
Yeah, shit got fucked up.
Did he talk about a possible curfew at all? There had been some mention about if things had continued.
They should do that.
Yeah, I know. We're always thinking about that. That's always a tool we can employ. We certainly hold that off and not wanting to do that. And this is a pretty isolated area where this is happening relative to the size of the city. So we would, if we were to use that, it would be done very judiciously.
All right, Chief, thanks.
All right. We'll be back. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Is she going to say anything? Oh, here we go. All right, she can explain it.
Good evening, everyone.
Hello.
As I'm sure you are aware, there was a large protest this afternoon. Protests, and then also David Huerta, our esteemed labor leader in charge of SEIU, USWW, was released from custody this afternoon. So there was a rally around City Hall that ended up at the federal building. It was peaceful. It's my understanding that there's a few hundred individuals that are at the federal building now, but that there is no reports of violence that have taken place today or of vandalism. Of course, with the crowd just there, we will worry as it gets dark.
I mean, it wasn't that
as
bad.
to whether or not there are problems, but we certainly hope that there will not be. I just want to say I started off my morning with a meeting with a number of the leaders from the immigrant rights organizations. And as far as we know right now, there have been 5 raids by ICE throughout the region. I don't know. I know of at least 1 or 2 that took place in the city. But we're still compiling that information. As you know, ICE does not tell anybody where they're going to go or when they're going to be there. But I think the thing that was most important about the meeting today was listening to the stories of the people. For example, there was a woman, a mother from Guatemala, who was looking for her husband.
Yeah.
She wasn't able to hear about her husband and son that were detained at the Ambiance warehouse.
Well, why'd they get
detained? She's not been able to locate him or to communicate with him. And for the most part, the people that have been detained have been denied access to legal representation. This is unprecedented. In the past, when there were raids, lawyers were able to go in and meet with their clients. So she's running around.
I wonder how much the riot.
And we remain confident.
Federal building, but they're not actively engaging with the folks there either.
There's quite a presence there at the front of the federal building. You have the National Guard and Homeland Security in the darker uniforms there, and they've been out there all day with that presence that was quite significant, with a lot of LAPD to the backside of that. Now they've moved in and cleared the crowd down away from the front of it. So it was an intimidating presence, you have to admit.
Brought in then today, evidently, to join the Army National Guard in doing what their main mission has been identified as, which is the
attack, including press. I don't know, like.
Trying to do.
Yeah, we're trying to move them away from wherever the threat is. So if there are people assaulting officers, which is often the reason they're taking rocks or bottles or way where we think they can do the least damage, and we're going to try then and employ tactics who would minimize that even further.
Yeah.
How many businesses have been damaged and looted? I know there.
Oh, that's a good question.
Weather Division has put out that there was some looting going on at 6th and Broadway. And as the National Guard, have they actually engaged with these protesters? Some media outlets were reporting that they were actually sending out tear gas, and I know on our channel we did not see that.
No, not that I'm aware of at all. That I'm aware of, there were at least 3 businesses that were broken into and property taken from them along Broadway and maybe other places. As far as the National Guard deploying anything other than around the federal building, I'm not aware of anything like that.
Yeah, I don't know about that at all.
Headquarters damaged, correct?
Yeah, damaged, yeah. The whole Civic Center, there was significant damage as it relates particularly to graffiti, broken windows, that kind of thing.
Yeah, shit got fucked up.
Can you talk about a possible curfew at all? There had been some mention of that if things had continued.
They should do that.
Yeah, I know. We're always thinking about that. That's always a tool we can employ. We certainly hold that off and not wanting to do that. And this is a pretty isolated area where this is happening relative to the size of the city. So we would, if we were to use that, it would be done very judiciously.
All right, Chief, thanks.
All right. We'll be back. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Is she going to say anything? Oh, here we go. All right, she can explain it.
Good evening, everyone.
Hello.
As I'm sure you are aware, there was a large protest this afternoon. Protests, and then also David Huerta, our esteemed labor leader in charge of SEIU, USWW, was released from custody this afternoon. So there was a rally around City Hall that ended up at the federal building. It was peaceful. It's my understanding that there's a few hundred individuals that are at the federal building now, but that there is no reports of violence that have taken place today or of vandalism. Of course, with the crowd just there, we will worry as it gets dark.
I mean, it wasn't that
as
bad.
to whether or not there are problems, but we certainly hope that there will not be. I just want to say I started off my morning with a meeting with a number of the leaders from the immigrant rights organizations. And as far as we know right now, there have been 5 raids by ICE throughout the region. I don't know. I know of at least 1 or 2 that took place in the city. But we're still compiling that information. As you know, ICE does not tell anybody where they're going to go or when they're going to be there. But I think the thing that was most important about the meeting today was listening to the stories of the people. For example, there was a woman, a mother from Guatemala, who was looking for her husband. She wasn't able to hear about her husband and son that were detained at the Ambiance warehouse.
Well, why'd they get
detained? She's not been able to locate him or to communicate with him. And for the most part, the people that have been detained have been denied access to legal representation. This is unprecedented. In the past, when there were raids, lawyers were able to go in and meet with their clients. So she's running around
how much the riots have to do with that.
trying to find her husband, not knowing if he's here, has he been taken to another city, has he been deported out of the country?
Yeah, what about all the riots?
There was another statement regarding a daughter who was searching for her detained father, and at a certain point, she actually saw him moving into a detention facility, but since then, as far as she knows, he has disappeared. She is not able to find out where he is. I can't emphasize enough the level of fear and terror that is in Angelenos right now, not knowing if tomorrow or tonight it might be where they live, it might be their workplace. Should you send your kids to school? Should you go to work? And you remember this from several years ago.
Yeah, they're just going to arrest your kids, for sure.
That was going around. But
Fuck around and find out. Yeah, that's the point.
Something that is so over the top.
Okay.
Can you imagine having your annual appointment to ICE, your annual appointment? You're here, you might not be a citizen, but you have papers, and you are told that you need to go to the facility to check in. And then you are detained, and you go with your family and your kids, and the whole family is detained when you were legal and you were trying to maintain your legal status. So what this means then is that people are going to be afraid to maintain their appointments, which then pushes them into the closet,
because everybody was maintaining their appointments before this,
and then subject to arrest.
Yeah, they were all maintaining them beforehand.
This is the kind of thing that is happening in our city right now, and I will just take you back to last Thursday. Last Thursday, there was nothing happening in this town that called for the raids that took place on Friday.
What?
Nothing was happening. Nothing warranted the raids. If you remember at the beginning
about the fact that they're here illegally?
We were told that raids would be to look for violent
She's outright
criminals,
lying? She is.
people who had warrants. But I don't know how you go from a drug dealer to a Home Depot, to people's workplaces where they just a drug dealer to a Home Depot, to people's workplaces where they're just trying to make a living.
It shouldn't matter.
At Home Depot, you have day laborer centers so that the people that are trying to seek work each and every day will have a place to be so that it doesn't interfere with the business. These are not the people that we were told were going to be detained. And it makes me feel like
it was.
Moves in and
Wait,
takes
yeah, it
the
absolutely
authority
was.
away from the state or away from local government. I don't
Trump said
think
this the whole time.
that our city should be used for an experiment to see what happens in the nation's second largest city. Well, maybe we can do this to other cities. And then I read a description of our city that was so troubling to me. A description of our city that says that we have been invaded and occupied by illegal aliens and criminals, and that now violent insurrectionist mobs are swarming and attacking our federal agents? I don't know if anybody has seen that happen, but I've not seen that happen. And obviously there has been violence, and the violence is unacceptable, and we can talk about that in a minute. But to describe our city
I thought
as
I did.
a migrant invasion, and that we need to put an end to the migrant riots, and to call on various secretaries of the administration to go after our city because we want order to be restored, the illegals will be expelled, and Los Angeles will be set free. How is this a description? This is a despicable description of our city.
Sounds about right.
Our city needs to come together now and not accept this, not allow us to be divided.
That's about right.
We are a city of immigrants, and we have always embraced that. And if you want to hit our economy, you scare people from going to work, because you know there are sectors of our economy in this city where immigrant labor is the majority of the workforce. So this is damaging.
Time to fix that.
Hearing there from Mayor Karen Bass and the chief of police of the LAPD as we continue to watch protests in downtown LA.
A few minutes about
that. We're going to say goodbye to our viewers on Channel 13. Our coverage continues.
Oh my God.
A single mother.
So she's just crashing out about this.
Blood.
It's funny seeing her defend this. I know, it's hilarious, isn't it? It's not happening, but when you find out it is, it's actually a good thing that all of our farmers are underpaid illegals. Well, the slavery part too, right?
Police department is on tactical alert.
Oh, God. Oh, Jesus.
I see all your faces of all your ancestors. I see you all here. We're together.
Do you think North Korea is laughing at us right now? No, they're probably trying to give us advice. Donald, here. No. Pick up the phone, Donald. I know what to do. I know what to do, Donald. I can help you. And oh yeah, they did have. We'll wait and see how this evolves. But they did interview the mayor of LA, and she went on basically a damage control to justify why this is normal.
Let's go live now to Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass. Hi, Mayor.
Good job.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Great job.
Hi. So
Thank
what are
you for having me
and
on.
your police force? I know how busy you are preparing for the hours ahead. What are you expecting on that front?
Well, I just have to say that if you dial back time and go to Friday, if immigration raids had not happened here, we would not have the disorder that went on last night. I will tell you.
What a great concept. We're not going to riot if you just don't enforce the law. Yeah, you know, if you don't want any problems, you can't make us do your laws. Great. What a really good way to look at it. Yeah, we're going to riot and destroy things if you make us follow the law.
That it is peaceful now, but we do not know where and when the next raids will be. That is the concern, because people in the city have a rapid response network. If they see ICE, they go out and they protest. And so it's just a recipe for pandemonium that is completely unnecessary. Nothing was happening here. Los Angeles was peaceful before Friday.
This is the first time that there's ever been a riot in LA, if you guys didn't know this. And before Trump was the president, there weren't any problems in LA at all. Trump comes in, he just fucks everything up.
When we find out when and
That's
where the other raids are going to happen, that will determine how the police respond.
Mayor Bassett's Wolf Blitzer here in the Situation Room as well. The state of California, as you well know, is expected to file a formal lawsuit over President Trump's deployment of the National Guard, perhaps as early as today. Your own police chief says the level of violence he's seeing in Los Angeles is, quote, disgusting. So why not welcome...
So even your own police chief is roaching out on you.
More boots on the ground.
Well, no, I think the issue here is state power and state sovereignty. And so we do not believe, and what the governor is doing is separate from what's happening in the city. But what was the reason that the president had to take the power from the governor and federalize the National Guard?
Because he wasn't enforcing the law. Like, what a ridiculous question. I think everybody knows the answer to this. Because he wasn't enforcing the law, and he actively said that he wasn't going to. That's how it works. Like, you want to talk about states' rights, go ahead. But last time I checked, the federal government won the Civil War.
The night before this action was taken, there was a protest that got a little unruly late at night. It was a
little unruly late at night. Bro, they were lighting cars on fire. This shit was a PvP server. What are you talking about?
100 people. 27 people were arrested. There wasn't a reason for this. That is...
So let me get this straight. Because you didn't arrest a lot of people, it wasn't a problem? Oh my God, where do these people come from?
The concern. And if there was, the way it happens traditionally is that requests are made on the local level of the governor to send National Guard troops.
Sure.
No request came from the city of Los Angeles. What has happened now is an entirely different situation.
The city of Los Angeles, they act like they're like an independent country. Like we're going and doing this. And keep in mind, where are they? Where are the American flags? Do you guys see a single one? Nope. That's right. That's because this is America.
You know, and speaking of now, there are also, about 500 active duty U.S. Marines over at Camp Pendleton, not too far away, awaiting possible orders to mobilize. Governor Newsom has said...
For what? What do you mean for what? To keep these people from burning down your city. Again. For the, 30th time.
Let me just point out, Mayor, Governor Newsom has said that President Trump is, quote, putting fuel on the fire. And you've called the deployment of National Guard troops to your city a chaotic escalation. Why is this an escalation?
Well, again, it's an escalation that didn't have to happen. Why were there...
they just had to not enforce the law, and it wouldn't have been a problem. Easy. It's simple. Yeah, they just had to do what we said, and then we wouldn't have let them burn down the city. Obviously.
You know, we had been told that he was going to go after violent criminals. It wasn't a drug den. It was a Home Depot. It was places where people are...
Trump ran on deporting all of the illegal aliens. He ran on deporting all of them. This is a total fucking bullshit comparison. He said this 50 fucking times. I am here. We're going to get rid of everybody. So, well, she's saying that he bait and switched them. He didn't bait and switch them. This is exactly what he said he would do.
Working. So what was the point of doing this? And then knowing that in a city like Los Angeles, and we had talked about this for a long time, that has a very sophisticated, long-term immigrant rights organizations and institutions, that if these random raids were going to happen, then there was going to be the danger of a backlash. And you
No, the thing is that, like, this is what I find is so funny about this, is that they think that, like, oh, well, there's a danger, we might just start causing a bunch of problems. No, that's not how this works. You don't get to decide this. You're part of the United States. Like, you have to follow federal law. It's so weird why this is happening. Trump caused this. I know he caused this. And that's why I think that he should use martial law to make sure it stops happening. Because the problem really is that, like, and you're right, if Trump had never removed any illegals from LA, nothing bad would have happened. But you understand what you're saying, right? You're saying, well, he can't do what he was elected to do, or these people are going to riot and burn down the city. And again, this is the law, right? Following the law. Like, there's a reason why he did that. There's a reason why he won.
On to that, the National Guard, and it felt like fuel for a fire that was unnecessary.
Given the point where it has escalated to, do you think the National Guard is needed now?
No, I don't think the National Guard is needed now.
Bro, the same frame. Shit is literally on fire. It's actually on fire. No, guys, this is fine.
Needed now. Things in LA are calm. I will tell you that I'm saddened by the extent of the vandalism in the form of graffiti all through the downtown area. But it is important for people to know that even in downtown...
I wonder, like, I mean, what about the guy indiscriminately breaking out windows in the LAPD headquarters with a skateboard? Like, how isn't this guy like, this isn't an ICE protester. This is just a retard. Like, why isn't he in jail?
This is isolated to a few streets. This is not citywide civil unrest taking place in Los Angeles. A few streets downtown, it looks horrible.
You just watched it being calm, Asma, but focus on the 10-second clips, not sensationalized? Well, it's calm now, and this is what happens, right, is that things start out fine, and also it's not entirely calm because these people are blocking traffic and they're blocking the roads. There's a form of power that they're using in order to do that. Like, I mean, people have the right to drive around and go around in the city, and if you shut down public transportation, and also, like, this is about yesterday, too. It's not even about today. So it's not sensationalized. It's just the reality. Everybody watched it happen. It's obvious what's going on.
People committed crimes.
Yeah, they're like throwing bricks at police officers. I mean,
absolutely unacceptable, and those people that set cars on fire or did other forms of vandalism will be sought to be arrested and prosecuted. This is not the way to promote a cause like immigrant rights.
All right, I want to play some sound.
It's not immigrant rights. And this is, see, they keep doing this. Have you guys noticed this? This is going to be the leading cause of xenophobia in America in probably already is, to be honest with you. But like, it's going to just keep getting worse. Is that the intentional and deliberate conflation of illegal and legal immigrants. Them doing this is extremely dangerous. And it puts a lot of like legal immigrants that actually have gone through the system or have come to the country through the proper channels. It puts them in the crosshairs of a bunch of angry people that are mad that they're being lied to. Asians are illegal too. I mean, I'm sure some of them are, right? I mean, but like, it's a matter of like what somebody is. Somebody could be white and illegal. That's not an issue. Yeah, and let's see here. Immigrant and illegal is so different, and it's very dangerous, you're right. Yeah, and I think that this is the problem, and this is what I think is going to be the result of this. I think that people on social media are going to throw the baby out with the bathwater, and you're going to have levels of protectionist, isolationist, xenophobic rhetoric that we haven't seen for years, like at least in our lifetimes, maybe since September 11th. But like that was only about like one group of people. I think in general, that's what's going to happen. And the reason why is that when people hear that all immigrants are like this, they're going to start using that language too. That's what they want. Well, I mean, they're going to get that. That's what's going to happen. I'm just telling you right now, like that's what it's going to be. And it all, as I said, it already did start happening with the H-1B visa thing, because that was a form of legal immigration, and people are still against that. And it's because of language like this that it's happened.
From Police Chief Jim McDonnell, let's listen.
This violence that I've seen is disgusting. It's escalated now since the beginning of this incident. What we saw the first night was bad. What we've seen subsequent to that is getting increasingly worse and more violent. Tonight we had individuals out there shooting commercial-grade fireworks at our officers. That can kill you. And we have adapted our tactics to be able to have a chance to be able to take these people into custody and to be able to hold them accountable. We are overwhelmed as far as the number of people out there engaged in this type of activity.
So, you know, you had officers injured. We also heard...
We starts in chat, love to fuck our First Amendment right to protest. Hate the history. You're not protesting by throwing bricks at people and breaking windows. Like, nobody is against protesting legally. But the problem is that the people are not doing that, and they actively don't want to do that. You need to understand that the goal of these protests is to terrorize people and to make them afraid of speaking out and pushing back against it. That's why, for example, you had like 20 people that like went and like collectively attacked and bullied that one woman who was disagreeing with them. They don't hate the police. They want to be the police. This entire premise that this is about free speech, it's absolutely not. And if it were up to them, you wouldn't be able to say anything. So this entire, like the content, like, don't fall for this bullshit. It's 100% what it is.
Police Chief McDonnell talk about officers being targeted with Molotov cocktails, fireworks, rocks, other projectiles. He has also said that, you know, he's overwhelmed by the number of protesters. What are you doing as mayor to make sure your police force has what it needs right now?
Well, first of all, I'm completely in sync with the police chief. And let me just add that some people might think because they don't get arrested right on the spot that they've gotten away with something. And the message that I would send...
Well, because usually they do. That's the reason why.
Is that there's tons of videotape, and people who didn't get arrested today for committing violent acts don't plan on the fact that you get off, because you can be...
I would plan on it.
Arrested in the next few days and next few weeks. So it is completely unacceptable, and those people that commit crimes will be arrested and prosecuted. I am completely in alignment with that. I know that when help is needed, that the police chief will call on that help, mutual aid from other cities or from the sheriff's department when that is needed, but I hope that it is not needed anymore. The rage should stop, especially on people's workplaces.
What do you mean? So they should just stop enforcing the federal law? This is the negotiation. Stop enforcing the law, or we're going to continue burning down the city. It's insane.
Impact that can have on our local economy. We are a city of immigrants, and I worry about the people who were detained on Friday, whose families still have not been able to reach out to them. The lawyers have not been able to go in and deal with their clients. This is unprecedented. This has not happened before. And so
surely that doesn't have anything to do with these massive riots and the civil unrest and all of the police officers being preoccupied with all of the burning cars. Surely that doesn't have anything to do with it.
Again, you want to talk about chaos? Well, this is what contributes to chaos. Policies.
Certainly, there are due process concerns, certainly. But back to what we just heard from the LAPD chief, you said that you're totally in sync with the police chief. He is saying that he's overwhelmed, that his forces are overwhelmed. What more do you need to hear from him bring in more resources to bring him the support that he is saying he needs?
Well, what I was saying is that the support he has called on, and he has received that support from the sheriff's department and from other police departments. And so I do not believe that he was describing a situation where we cannot bring it under control here. I think you should talk to him a little bit further. But what we are seeing, for example, there's nothing happening on our streets now. On Saturday,
I love the fact that they're interviewing her with this, and there's the footage of these people spraying pepper spray, and there's officers fighting back, and there's all this shit happening literally right next to her.
Saturday, when this decision was being contemplated, there was nothing happening on our streets. As I mentioned,
well, they're doing it on purpose.
There was a protest that got out of hand. It was a protest of 100 people. None of that warrants federal intervention, and that's my point.
Well, if it's a protest of 100 people, then why can't you just arrest them whenever they're committing crime? Like, if you've got 100, think about how problematic that would be. If you have 100 people trying to fuck stuff up, that would be awful. She just lied that the police was apparently not involved, but they were. Why are the police not doing their jobs and clearing the streets for the public to use them? Well, because the police listen to the government, and the government's telling them not to do that. That's the reason why.
Right, but you also acknowledge that you don't know if there's going to be other immigration raids in the city.
Right.
Of course
so,
not.
I mean, that raises the question, what are you doing to prepare for that potential scenario? There could be more violence ahead.
Well, you know what? It's a very difficult thing to plan. We have 88 cities in our county. The raids could take place anywhere. They don't have to take place in Los Angeles. For example, the unrest that you saw on Saturday was happening in an adjacent city. It wasn't.
See, it's always the language, whether it's saying immigrant instead of illegal alien or even illegal immigrant, not drawing any distinction, calling it unrest. Alien or even illegal immigrant, not drawing any distinction, calling it unrest. It's always the language that these people use in order to lie.
Los Angeles. It was the city of Paramount. So it's very difficult to prepare for something when you have absolutely no idea when and where it's going to take place.
What you're saying is true about the Trump administration. They want you to fear speaking out against them. The way he's running the country and walking all over the Constitution is causing this. Last time I checked, I mean, like, deporting illegal aliens isn't against the Constitution. I'm pretty sure that's actually that's actually the law. Like, I mean, Trump is going too far by deporting illegal aliens? I don't think so.
You know, Mayor, the
I
Trump
don't know about
border
that.
czar, Tom Homan, has now walked back some comments suggesting that you or Governor Newsom, for that matter, could face arrest if you obstruct federal authorities. How do you respond to Homan, and do you have any concerns potentially about being arrested?
No, I'm not concerned about being arrested, and I can't imagine an opportunity. I can't imagine a situation where I am going to interfere with federal agents. So it was something that was inappropriate to say. And what I am going to focus on is bringing our city together. We cannot allow ourselves to be divided. We are an international city, the diaspora from just about every country in the world.
An international city, for sure.
Lives here. And so this is a time to stand together. And it's also a time to appeal to the administration. Please dial this back. This was not necessary. It has.
I think they need to dial it up. I think this is the problem, is that they let these people run wild. And what happens is that when these people feel like they're able to get like a small win, it emboldens them to keep going. And I think that really, like, I think that they just need to completely fucking, like, stomp this shit out. Like, that's actually my opinion. Totally stomp this shit out. Like, bring in the military, bring in the National Guard, fucking martial law, curfews, arrest all of these people, make the little camps where you can hold them in, do the entire fucking thing. And you can stop this very, very fast. And if anybody is throwing rocks or anything like that, I think use deadly force against them. Like, if you're using rocks and you are using deadly force against police officers or the National Guard, I think they should be authorized to use deadly force back against you. Now, I don't support shooting anybody for a non-deadly reason, obviously. But if you're using deadly force and you're trying to actually hurt somebody, something needs to happen. Bro, wild take? That's not a wild take at all. These are citizens. These are people, these are real people that are wearing these outfits. You don't have the right to put their lives at risk by throwing deadly objects at them. You don't have the right to do that. That's just not how it works. Yeah, did it back in the right. You realize you're talking about starting a civil war, right? No, I don't think so at all. I think most people support this. I think they absolutely do.
Created a sense of fear.
Yeah, and this is the problem, is that this is the one-sided compassion that I think a lot of these people have, is that they have all this compassion for these illegal aliens, but they don't have any compassion for the police officers that get bricks thrown at them and get pepper sprayed and hit and hurt and yelled at and everything. And getting yelled doesn't really matter, but like, I mean, you have these people that are like enduring a lot of like physical damage and they're getting hurt, and there's no sympathy for them at all because these are acceptable targets. And so it's the dehumanization of a group of people based off of, like, again, the fact that they're trying to uphold the law. That's what's happening here. No sympathy for Lake and Riley others? No. And this is the problem, is that there's no sympathy for any of the people that are negatively affected by this. There's only the sympathy for the people that are breaking the law and doing things that are wrong. Too big of a roundup would look like a Holocaust? Absolutely not. I mean, like, it's not like, there's like a few hundred people that are doing this. And if you did this, if you arrested like maybe, let's say, like 200 people in a day, there probably would be less people out there the next day, especially if you kept doing it day after day. Because eventually you're going to have, and especially if you charge these people with actual crimes, which I think that they are committing crimes. Because like at the very core of this, I don't want anybody to go to jail for something that they're not doing. But these people are actively breaking the law, and they're actively destroying property. They are, fucking like making the government and like the police not able to do their job. They're stealing things. They're doing all kinds of stuff. So I'm not saying to put people in jail for protesting. That's ridiculous. But whenever you're throwing bricks at police officers, you're breaking in and looting stores, you're setting things on fire, you are obstructing police from being able to do their job, you're standing in front of cars, you're throwing things at them in general, and you're standing in the street and blocking traffic, like, these are all illegal things that you shouldn't be able to do. So I'm not advocating for any sort of crazy police state or jailing protesters. I'm advocating for the rule of law so people can live in a safe society, because I know what the result of this is going to be. And this is what's going to eventually happen. You're going to have more Kyle Rittenhouse situations where you're going to have people that are counter-protesters that are going to come out to these riots and start shooting them. That's what's going to happen. And so, and it's the same with driving through them with a car or something like that. And when that happens, then it's chaos. Then it's really, really bad. Because like now, like, what do you do after that? It's the escalation. Why aren't they there yet then? Well, because it just hasn't gotten that bad yet. I think that's the reason why. And so as soon as you start having that happen, and then you have both sides that are using violence against each other, you want to talk about a civil war, that's how to let a civil war start happening. Which, by the way, I don't think that we're anywhere near that. That's what's happening. Yeah, of course. Almost happened yesterday with that van. Yeah, and you're inventing clear black and white situation in real life are not straightforward. I mean, you don't even use proper English. I mean, I don't think you even know what you're saying. It is black and white. There are no bricks of peace. Stealing and burning down, like there's never a time where burning down a car or burning a car that you don't own in a public space in the middle of the road is okay. It's never okay. And so that's the issue. The majority of people voted for this. And yes, and this is also, like, again, going back to what I said initially, this is something that people democratically voted for. And you can see a majority support, not even a plurality, but a majority support on these mass deportations. So these are people who are trying to, like, again, they do not respect the results of the election. They don't care about that. They're pushing for this, even though people don't want that. What are states' rights? States have certain rights, but the majority of the rights and the ability to uphold federal law is mandatory. And also, if states want to have rights, the fact is also states have a lot of privileges that they get. They get a lot of privileges from the federal government. And without those privileges, many of these states would not exist. And I think that really none of them would. If any state broke off from the United States, it would immediately, like, ruin that state. It would turn into an awful country instantaneously because they don't exist in a vacuum. It's only democratic when we win? Yeah. What about Canada? I don't know about that. Someone said deportation is illegal. Brain dead liberals. Yeah, people are going crazy and thinking they're justified. They flopped hard for controlling the issue. I think it's National Guard left right now. I'm more of a states' rights person, but we already fought a civil war over this. Federal government supersedes all. It is what it is. Defying it, you'll end up like the Confederacy. Exactly. Right? Like, these people are literally advocating for another Confederacy. And again, like, I'm not advocating for anybody to go to jail for protesting, but when you're breaking the law, that's not protesting. And that's the big issue that these people have. It's not that they're against this issue, it's that they think that anything they do in service of pushing against this issue is justified.
It feels deliberate. It's like, how can I deliberately create chaos in a city? Nobody needs that right now.
Have the protests, Mayor, impacted police responses to other parts of your big city?
No, I do not believe that is the case. Again, I will re-emphasize that what you are watching is taking place on a few streets downtown. Obviously, it is terrible what you are looking at, but I don't want people to leave with the perception that the city of Los Angeles is experiencing citywide unrest. Nothing could be further from the truth.
I want to share the CBS poll. It shows 54% of Americans approve of the Trump administration's program to deport illegal immigrants. A minority, 46%, disapprove.
It's got to be bad if you're getting cooked by CNN over this. Even CNN is like, yeah, well, what about the fact that most people agree with this?
Are Democrats out of touch on this issue?
Yeah.
Well, I think if you did the polling in Los Angeles, I'm not sure it would be that way.
Okay, so I guess if everybody in a certain area wants to bring back slavery, it's okay to do that, right? What a stupid argument. Okay, so I guess if everybody in a certain area wants to bring back slavery, it's okay to do that, right? What a stupid argument. What a stupid thing to say. This is embarrassing.
Considering we are a city of immigrants.
Yes, exactly. You go back to factory reset mode the moment that you hear something that is just completely indefensible.
And people might approve that policy, but do people really approve the federal government coming in and seizing power from a state and from a city? So,
yeah. Yep. Absolutely. Democrats have a supermajority in California. You're barking up the wrong tree. If Republicans had a supermajority in another southern state, do you think they should be able to bring back slavery? No? Oh, well, of course not, because that's totally different, right? Because this is something that optically looks bad. You don't actually believe what you're saying. You're only arguing in favor of this because it's something that's beneficial for your goal. The principle of what you're saying is that the state has the right to govern itself. You don't believe this. You don't believe this. And again, I can give you 10 different examples of things that are bad like this, too. The principle is that slavery is bad? Yes. Well, having illegal labor where they're not able to, they're being taken advantage of. They're not being paid the right way. And also, it's against the law. It's literally against the federal law. It's that simple. Look how they play with words. Deport immigrants legally, which deport people is against the law. Yeah, I know. It's only fair if I benefit from it. Well, this is all I'm really saying is that a lot of the people that make these arguments and try to bring this kind of stuff up, the moment that you turn this logic around on them, it immediately doesn't make sense. So, like, for example, if a country or a state wanted to get rid of abortion, like to make abortion totally illegal, we had Roe versus Wade for a very long time because of that. If a state wanted to allow child marriage, wanted to get rid of abortion, like to make abortion totally illegal. We had Roe versus Wade for a very long time because of that. If a state wanted to allow child marriage, for example, the federal government would not allow that either, even if 95% of the people in that state wanted to be able to do that. So this entire premise and the idea that of the people in that state wanted the federal government would not allow that either, even if 95% of the people in that state wanted to be able to do that. So this entire premise and the idea of this is total bullshit. And this is the problem, right? Is that people make these arguments, but they make these arguments from an emotional perspective. And when they're approached from a logical perspective or an emotional perspective that they disagree with, the argument immediately doesn't make sense. And it's because it's a bad argument.
Well, I drill down a little further on that poll because I do not believe that Americans support the federal intervention in a city takeover or a state takeover.
Right, and just to be clear, the poll talks about American sentiment as it pertains to illegal immigration, but it does say that the majority of Americans, we should note, disapprove of sort of some of the tactics that are being used, to your point, Mayor Bass. Thank you so much for joining the show. Let's turn to...
Surely. Yep. Yeah, definitely.
Right around the time that we were walking in here, the governor and the state attorney general said that they're going to sue you for sending the National Guard in. They're saying there's no invasion, there's no rebellion. The president is trying to manufacture chaos and crisis on the ground for his own political ends. Federalizing the California National Guard is an abuse of the president's authority under law.
Well, you know, it's interesting. You watched the same clips as I did. Cars burning all over the place, people rioting. And by the way, we stopped it. We were able to make it much better, but it still looked pretty bad. And in watching clips last night, people were saying this is really a big problem. And until we went in, if we didn't do the job, that place would be burning down just like the houses burned down. They were in big trouble last night, Peter. You know it. And the night before, and the night before that. And I feel we had no choice. I don't want to see happen what happened so many times in this country. I watched Minneapolis burn. I watched, look at what happened in so many different parts of California. You take a look at what happened in San Diego. There's so many different places where we let it burn. We want to be politically correct. We wanted to be nice.
Big mistake.
We want to be nice to the criminal.
Huge mistake.
And what you're doing is destroying the fabric of our life in this country. No, we did the right thing. We've been given credit by people that I would least suspect. Why I would say that some of the people that came in and said, thank goodness, they said, some of them, thank God that Trump got involved. And I'm very happy I got involved. And I think Gavin, in his own way, is probably happy I got involved. Yeah, go ahead, Peter.
What do you make of the fact that he says, you want a civil war on the streets of America?
No, it's just the opposite. I don't want a civil war. Civil war would happen if you left it. If you left it to people like him.
Wait, what?
And I liked him. You know, I always got along with him. Never had a problem with him.
Wow.
But he's grossly incompetent. Okay.
Negotiators in London. Have you gotten an update from your team in London negotiating?
Louder.
Have you gotten an update from your team in London negotiating the China trade talks?
Let's see if there's any more of these.
We are doing well with China. China's not easy.
I don't think we're doing well with China, guys.
Just like your home country is not easy, Dara. I think we're doing very well. They're over there now. I'm only getting good reports. It's a little early, but they'll be calling in soon. In fact, probably when I get back, I'll have my first call from them. We want to open up China. And if we don't open up China, maybe we won't do anything. But we want to open up China. It'll be a great thing for China, a great thing for the rest of the world.
Lift export controls when it comes to China? Did you give your negotiators any sort of limitations?
We're going to see. Look, China has been ripping off the United States for many years. Nobody charged them 10 cents. No president had the courage to charge China for whatever reason. They didn't want to do it.
Yep.
I took in hundreds of billions of dollars. I put on tariffs on China when I got in first term. And we took in hundreds of billions of dollars. And then I did it again, but I did it for a lot of others. If you look at the stats, the deficit last month was cut in half. Everybody was shocked. I wasn't shocked. I think a lot of the people at this table weren't, because they saw the billions of dollars that were pouring in, and the tariffs hadn't even started yet, just about. They were in cars. They were in some countries at a very minor level. And we cut the deficit in half, and it was a big story a couple of days ago. They said, I don't believe, one of the announcers on a business network went wild, said, I can't believe these numbers. Those numbers are good. The numbers are going to be very good. I think we're going to have a great 4 years. You know, we had the greatest economy in history during my 4 years. Wow. I think this one's going to blow it away. Yeah.
Mr. President,
go ahead,
do you have a message for Greta Thunberg, and did she come up on your call with the Prime Minister today?
Well, she's a strange person. She's a young, angry person. I don't know if it's real anger. It's hard to believe, actually, but I saw what happened. She's certainly different. Anger management. I think she has to go to an anger management class.
Oh
my God.
That's my primary recommendation for her.
Kidnapped by Israel,
He
as
does
she
not
says.
give a fuck.
Was she kidnapped?
I think Israel has enough problems without kidnapping Greta Thunberg.
Secondly, are you going to
Is
get?
that what she said?
I'm really hungry. I only have $5. Like, how much is a 6-inch? It's like turkey. $6.80? Oh, what happened to the $5 footlong?
We don't do that anymore. We have roll-ups.
Roll-ups?
Yeah. $5.
How big is that?
Roll-up. It's a foot long.
Oh, it's a foot long. I think that's kind of filling.
Yeah.
It says $3. You
For a
get...
6-inch.
Okay.
Do you want that?
Well, isn't there tax though?
No, there's no tax.
No?
No.
Why?
We don't have tax anymore for like the next 2 months.
Is it only one flavor or is it...
I did the ham because I think, or you can do pepperoni or whatever.
What's your favorite?
I think ham.
Yeah, thank you. I realized I actually had another bill. Can I give you a tip?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. You have to split it?
Yeah.
What if I wrote it on like an envelope or something?
No, I can't.
Oh, okay. If you had one message to the world, what would that be?
Just be kind.
Have a good day. I'm really hungry. I only have $5.
Here comes the forest puppy, excited to see us. Meet Dora, the wild raccoon from the forest behind us. We met her as a tiny fuzzball snacking on our birdseed, decided to be kind to her, and now here we are today. Dora does tricks too. I point at the railing and bam, she's up there. No questions asked. And for her acrobatics, she gets a humble peanut. It's like we're running a raccoon circus here. When you pet her back fur, it's coarse, like running your hand over a scouring pad. And underneath the fur, she's solid like she's been hit in the gym. It's like petting a mini bodybuilder. And then there's the magic of these chin rubs. The fur under there is so kitten soft. And she has these adorable teddy bear ears. She'll let you pet them, but only because we pay the peanut fee. And Dora gives us these crazy fun secret handshakes to show that we made it into the Trash Panda circle of trust. People
Insane micromanagement techniques in Warcraft 3 to get the most out of any situation. Having your own footman issue an attack command on your own Mountain King makes creeps also change their attack target onto the Mountain King. Basically, creeps become and stay aggressive to units that are threatening them. So when player-controlled units all attack another player-controlled unit, even if that is your own unit, creeps unite against the common foe alongside their newfound friends. Just like this trick, there are many more insane micromanagement techniques in Warcraft 3 to get the most out of any situation. Having your own footman issue an attack command on your own Mountain King makes creeps also change their attack target onto the Mountain King. Basically, creeps become and stay aggressive to units that are threatening them. So when player-controlled units all attack another player-controlled unit, even if that is your own unit,
The Noggin Foggers are annoying though because nah, okay. Nah, okay, no Noggin Fogger next duel, please.
Oh, it's time, man. Look at the tank. No deaths. 0 deaths the first.
5, 4.
Somebody ninja
3,
pulled.
2, 1.
Boom. The field marshal mage is tanking. He has a lot of HP. Yeah. Oh, okay. We can blink actually. We are mages. How are we gonna wipe on Shadra? Shadra is gonna die in 2 seconds, man. Okay. They're scared and we're gonna aggro. These plants are very dangerous. Okay. Wait, we're killing the ad first. I'm not even gonna the curse. Just kill him. And Lucifer is dead, guys. We have 1 death so far. Done. Okay, Lucifer is dead.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Let's see how fast this guy dies. Should I block this? I'll block this. Okay, this guy's tough. We shrink raid him. Look at the tank, man. He got a lot of. He's tanking a lot. This guy almost has 1,000,000 HP. But he's dying, guys. He's dying. We got him. A few casualties, but it is what it is. Scorch him to death. There we go. Easy peasy.
3, 2, 1.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, if we ninja pull, it's very bad, guys. Ninja pulls are very bad. No. Man, now we lose all the buffs. Big Fs. Huge Fs. The biggest Fs you've ever had in your lives. Okay. We do some arcane missile not to get all the aggro because the tank needs to save it. Can we just kill him now? Oh, look at this little baron. Yeah, just kill him. Now we just kill him. It's going pretty well, I think. These tanks are gods, guys. He's not dying. He's not taking any damage. He's literally not taking any damage. Look at this little gnome. He's literally unkillable. Ooh, a mana igniting cord.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Right, let's see what happens. The seeds are getting some aggro. That was the plan. Pop lips, boys. Just lips. Look at the masterwork target dummy, man. They're tanking so much. Whoa. Let me pull one. He stunned the dummy. Amazing. Easy. Easy kill. Should be able to rest somebody.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
What are we killing? Moon? Alright.
Three, 2, 1.
Okay, is he gonna die? Please die. I think now he has the how's it called? Now he has the debuff on. I have this one. I just want to survive one more. Okay. I'm gonna die if he hits me. Come on, boys, kill him. No, are we really gonna die here? Maybe we can, maybe we can, maybe we can. I'm gonna use Light of Elune if I need to. I don't even care. Kill him, kill him, kill him. No, we got him, we got him, we got him. Nice. Well, of course. Alright, just kill him, just kill him. It's going down, it's going down. Just blink from the ads, guys. That's fine. Whatever, I'm gonna pop stuff, I don't care. Just kill him. It's fine, guys, it's easy. What a joke of a boss. Look at the binding is gonna drop, boys. Now we just kill them. I don't know. We wipe, guys, now, I think. We're not gonna kill them.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Boom. Oh, right. I removed my keybind. But everything is dead, guys. We need the boss. Alright? Wait, what is it? Why is he stunned? What is he doing? Okay, we should be fine. I don't understand what's going on. Oh, he's getting taunted by the target dummy, okay. Yeah, easy. Are we gonna get it? Yes, there it is. Oh, no. Well, we try. I think it's going okay. We can pop lips still. The target dummies are taunting a lot. It's going down, boys. It's going down. Pop in lip. Pop in lip. Then I have the ice block if I need to. Just need to kite a little bit. Just stay back. I think we get it. I think we get it. I blocked because I thought I was gonna get aggro. Just as a safe thing. Because now it's dead. Nice. Golemag is dead, boys. Easy.
Excellent.
Oh, Mage Blade.
5, 4.
Reckless mortals.
Let's just go, boys. It's time. Is stuff dying? Popping supper. Again explosion. We died, but maybe we killed them. It's done! It's done! Easy!
Impossible.
I should have blocked.
I submit.
1.
There we go. Who cares about this range check? Let's go.
Now you shall see it.
Oh, out of. Oh yeah, the shrinks reduces the range. Yeah, it's dying very slowly. It's going down. It's going down, boys. It's going down. 60%. It's going down. Refresh fireword. I still have my fire protection potion. We're fine. We're chilling. Yeah, die insect at the tank with ice block there. Very nice. 40%. It's going down. Okay. Just press 1. Classic rotation. 1, 1, 1. Never stop. And when it doesn't work, press harder. It's going down. It's done. It's done, guys. That's it. It's gonna die. Yes, it's dead. Let's go. Yes. Nice. We got him, boys. 40 mages. Cleared molten core. My god, guys, that was crazy. Nice. I have to see the loot. Are we gonna see a BRE? Yeah, guys, I'm gonna show the loot. Hold on, guys, relax. I'm gonna show the loot. Are you ready for the loot? Oh no, the chat is getting angry. Okay, hold on. Let's go. Ugh. What is this, man?
All right, Dees, we've seen 2 of your videos in a row. Let's watch a third one. Classic WoW unreleased abilities. Abilities that never came out. Let's check it out.
Over 20 years old, and the modern game today, in comparison, is virtually unrecognizable. Recently, we had taken a look at the unreleased zones of Classic WoW. Today, we're heading back once again to check out the abilities that never made it to release.
What the heck was
that? So strap in, grab yourself a snack, and let's rewind time way back to the patch of 0.5.3 as we're about to explore the abilities of the alpha version of World of Warcraft.
Okay.
Now, just before we get into it, I need to mention that the abilities in this patch only went up to level 40. It was still very incomplete, and some of the abilities on here were later implemented into future expansions, but it's still fun to look at what could have been in a vanilla setting. We also won't cover every single minor spell change. We will focus more on full abilities that never released, or abilities that did release but in quite a different state.
Okay.
So let's first start it off with the talent system, because the talent system was nothing like the one we're used to. Instead of having talents that were aimed at specific specs, everyone had access to very similar talents. This system worked very similarly to training a hunter's pet, where you would have talent points and spend them on boosting your character's base stats, resistances, defenses, and so on. You get the picture.
I'm so happy they moved away from that system. I think that would have made the game way worse. I would much rather have talent trees like this that is different for every class than like talent points like this. Like, no way, right?
There was a part of me that really would have liked this alongside the talent trees that we got because it could have made for some really cool customizations. At this point, there wasn't really many racials just yet. Some races had their typical resistances, dwarfs had fine treasure, undeads had their underwater breathing, and broken version of Will of the Forsaken. But there was one racial here that was created that definitely never saw it through to release, and that was the Tauran racial called Bull Rush. Instant cast, 5-minute cooldown, greatly increases the running speed for 30 seconds. And when it says greatly increases, it's not messing around. Because I have no clue what percent increase this is, but I don't think I've ever really witnessed a Tauran sprint around quite like this before. Maybe? It's got to be along the lines of 100% or so, and the fact that it's 30 seconds is insane. This would have no doubt been absolutely broken.
Yeah, that would have been
But
disgusting.
now let's move on to actual class abilities and started off with the Shaman. Molten Blast. Hurls a molten blob of fire at the target, sort of like an early version of Lava Burst. Lightning Storm. Blasts all targets within 8 yards with bolts of lightning dealing damage and then dealing more damage over time while channeling. This is basically the druid ability Hurricane.
Yeah.
Another ability that got stolen from Shamans was Thunderclap. As we all know, warriors ended up getting this ability, but it definitely made sense why it was at first a shaman spell. Nature damage as well as the idea of being able to tank.
What?
Ghost Wolf was different back then too.
Bro, if shamans had Thunderclap, they would actually be like decent tanks. Dang. They got skamazed on that ability. Holy moly.
Tip says it can be used on friendly targets, and it doesn't say how much of a speed increase Ghost Wolf gives, but it feels like it's a lot faster. Along the lines of 60% probably. They also had a spell called Shock, which was an instant lightning attack. This was before they created Frost, Fire, and Nature Shocks though.
Right,
and here's a big one. A spell called Ethereal Form. Makes a friendly target immune to physical damage, but unable to melee or use physical abilities. It's literally a blessing of protection, but for shamans.
Oh my
I'm guessing
gosh.
this was removed because they wanted stronger identities for shamans and paladins as a whole. As for totems,
for someone who plays retail, in retail, do shamans have ethereal form? I feel like they do. I feel like that's a thing in retail. I haven't played retail in long enough to not know any, or yeah, I don't really know. But I feel like Noe Ascendants, they don't? What am I thinking of? Oh, they have Burrow. I'm thinking of Burrow, maybe. They go underground in retail and they're immune to damage. They got like an immunity.
there are some here too. We have the Serpent Totem, pretty much the same as Siren Totem, but looks way cooler. The totems in general, actually, I thought just looked way better too. Not sure why they didn't stick with this. The big totem that never got released was the Invisibility Totem.
What?
Summons an Invisibility Totem at the feet of the caster for 1 minute that turns nearby group members invisible. Just imagine the kind of Stranglethorn sneak attacks you could pull off with this bad boy with your party. Aside from this, Shamans also had quite a few buffs. Fire resistance, nature resistance, spirit armor, unyielding strength, just to name a few. All of these were pretty much converted from buffs into totems for the release. But that's enough of Shamans, let's talk about a real class, and that's the Paladin. There were quite a few changes to the Paladin, one of the biggest being the Seal and Judgment system was yet to be implemented. So Seals were kind of like Blessings. They were mostly 5-minute buffs like Blessings we know, but there were some that never released, such as the Seal of Wrath. This was a 15-second buff causing the target's melee hits to heal themselves. Seal of Fury, a 15-second buff causing the target to generate 50% increased threat, pretty much the predecessor of Righteous Fury and can be cast on a target. and Seal of Righteousness, which was a 1-minute buff to consecrate the target's weapon to deal extra holy damage to undeads. These shorter seals did replace the 5-minute buffs, and my god would it have been tedious to keep on top of these, especially the 50% increased threat that you'd have to spam on tanks. Hammer of Justice was called Fist of Justice, and at the low level of only 34, you'd already have access to a stun that lasts for 8 seconds.
Well, look at that
Judgment
slash dance.
was in the game,
Holy
but it
crap.
was instead basically an instant cast Holy Wrath. There was a healing aura, increases the health regeneration of the party but only works out of combat. Honestly, this sounds complete ass. Resistance aura though was excellent, as it flat out increased all resistances rather than just one. Divine Shield lasted longer, had no
15
penalty,
seconds.
and only a 2-minute cooldown.
Oh my
People
gosh.
cry about bubbling classic, just imagine this version.
Yeah, that'd be nuts.
Paladins had 2 resurrects in the alpha. The first one was called Resurrection and basically served as the same purpose as the one we got today. And there was another one called Redemption, which is an hour-long cooldown, but resurrected the target with 100% mana and
that's
health.
kinda cool.
Paladins also had access to Crusader Strike. The
What?
Retribution dream that never got to be. It was a lot different though, as it increased the holy damage taken by the target, stacking up to 5 times. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is how the Crusader Strike debuff worked from the mobs in Scarlet Monastery. And lastly, we have Holy Strike. Your next melee attack deals a burst of holy damage, similar to how Heroic Strike works, and it would convert the entire damage from the swing into holy damage.
So if you combine those, that would actually be like crazy burst.
Talking about Heroic Strike, let's move on to the Warrior.
Okay.
Now, honestly, Warrior is pretty much the same. It had some abilities that were called different things, such as Sundering Strike for Sunder Armor, Punishing Blow instead of Mocking Blow, with a little change that you had to be behind the target, and Heroic Strike was just called Strike. The only ability on here that Warriors have that never made it to release was Inner.
We're gonna MD and we got no MD. Oh yeah, we're cranked.
Dispel panel.
Just spell what we can and jump.
I'm dead.
Yeah, we're fine. We're done. Jump, 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 jump. Just jump off. No take. Yeah, we're gonna replace a few people just to make it easy and get her done. So if you get removed, no hard feelings. Don't take it personally.
Yeah.
No cases to be made. Sorry. Have a good night.
Have a good evening.
Have a good evening. Yeah. Just start requesting off me, guys.
This is why you used to love raiding. These were the only times I liked raiding. Oh wow, this is a higher resolution than I had expected. Oh my god. This makes me this reminds me of what we could have had. We could have had this, but instead we got the Warcraft movie. We got the Warcraft movie instead of a fucking 3-part trilogy of the fall of the Lich King, the rise and fall of the Lich King. Imagine that. It's like, I don't fucking know where these writers and their egos comes from. They did the same fucking thing with Halo. They did the same fucking thing with Game of Thrones. And they're doing the same, they did the same fucking thing with Warcraft as well. They always have to go and do their own thing. It's not good enough for them to just take the established lore and just make that into a movie. They have to fucking assert themselves as the writer and rewrite it for themselves. Star Wars, yeah, stop fucking doing this. You have the easiest job in the world. Just take the thing that people like and then make it a movie. That's it. You don't, there's no, like, you don't have to add in a new character that, this character reinforces your real world perspective of politics. No, you don't have to do that. All you have to do is just take the thing that was in the movie, or in the game, or in the show, or in the book, and then put it in the movie. That's all you have to do. It's that simple. Is it a legitimate strategy with this trash to just run all the way to the boss and then have everybody die and then respawn and then just pull the boss? Yes. Why don't we do that? Yeah, just run all the way to the boss. Why don't we do that? I didn't know we could do that.
And I do that
No,
because...
don't cap that. I'm a very clean person. Like, I never get my hands dirty. I never get dirty. I do not like being dirty, having anything dirty around me. There's been like a dead rat in my house for like the past fucking like 3 days, and I can't find where he is. And you can actually use a dead rat as an alarm clock. Don't cap that. I'm a very clean person. Like, I could suck a dick, it wouldn't even be gay. So, like, I don't have any problem with that. It's not even one of those things. It's just, it's a phrase. It's a classic? Yeah, y'all didn't know that. You take out your garbage. Does that make you a garbage man? Come on. Yeah, of course not. Yeah, there it is. Do it all the time. I don't know about that. But, like, yeah, it doesn't make you a garbage man. You cook, it doesn't make you a chef. It's just sucking a dick. What's with that? You spit or swallow? I'm not gonna get into that.
Don't ever suck dick, ever.
You suck a metaphorical dick.
Yeah, just a metaphor.
Yeah, great. Awesome. Very, very accurate, actually. Yeah, this is a really good painting. Picture, I mean to say. Not painting, but picture. Seth showed the picture of him and Asman hanging out in the latest video. Oh, yeah. Yeah, with my boy Jeff and my boy Joseph. Yeah, for sure, man. 100%.
So they can stop writing they cringe-ass comments and making they cringe-ass react videos. Unless you're Asmongold, you get a free pass because I actually met him at the same holiday resort. Good times.
You said she was kidnapped by Israel?
Yes, sir. Are you going to get rid of the Tesla and the Starlink service that you have here at the White House?
Probably not.
No, I haven't heard that. I mean, I may move the Tesla around a little bit, but I don't think we'll be doing that with Starlink. It's a good service.
Where are you going to move it to?
Yep.
Move it around. What do you mean?
I have a lot of locations.
Actually, about the Tesla.
I got so many locations that I don't know what to do with them all.
About the Tesla, did you ever see Elon Musk get physical with the Treasury Secretary?
No, I didn't.
And I tried to
They
ask.
did have an argument, but I didn't see it.
Was it
I didn't
physical?
see a lot of physicality there.
And there was this New York Times report that he did not want to talk about, Elon Musk, that alleged that he, towards the end of his time in the White House, was blurring the lines between recreational use of drugs and medicinal.
Ooh.
Do you think he ever had drugs here at the White House?
I really don't know. I don't think so. I hope not. Look, I wish him well. You understand. We had a good relationship, and I just wish him well.
He's not taking
very
the bait.
well, actually.
Yeah.
About aid in Gaza, you
They're
mentioned
really
now the
trying to bait
flotilla.
him.
Do you have a response at all about Israel intercepting this boat? And can you give us an update on what's happening to the entry of aid into Gaza right now? We've had people being shot by Israeli forces who are trying to get aid
Gaza's
from the
right
Gaza
now-
Humanitarian
yeah.
Foundation. Yes.
Gaza right now is in the midst of a massive negotiation between us and Hamas and Israel, and Iran actually is involved. And we'll see what's going to happen with Gaza. We want to get the hostages back. That's all I can tell you. Yeah, please, in the back.
You said yesterday when ACMA reported that it was not insurrection taking place, but then on True Social a bit later,
Oh.
you'd said they were insurrectionists. After what you've seen
You're talking about in L.A.?
Yes, sir, in L.A.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call it quite an insurrection, but it could have led to an insurrection. I mean, that was a lot of
it's
that was a
over
lot of
now,
harm
pretty
that was
much.
going on last night. I watched it very closely. And it was amazing that the job that the National Guard did. And by the way, the police were working very hard also. But, you know, the police are given instructions
They can only do so much.
to be politically correct. I
Yep.
said, no, you don't have to be politically correct. You have to do the job.
And on Elon Musk, do you plan to speak to him on the phone anytime soon? I know some.
Which one?
On Elon Musk, do you plan to speak to him on the phone anytime soon?
I haven't really thought about it, actually. I would imagine he wants to speak to me. I would think that. If I were him, I'd want to speak to me. And maybe he's already called. You'd have to ask him whether or not he's already called. But I'd have no problem with it.
If he calls you, you pick up and speak to him.
Well, I don't want to say that, but I would imagine
God.
he'd want to talk to me.
Mr. President.
Yeah, please.
Phone tag? Yeah.
From Iran today. Have you
He
gotten that
misses Elon?
proposal? And what
We
is
have
the
a
main
meeting on
impediment?
Thursday. We have a meeting with Iran on Thursday, so we're going to wait till Thursday.
And what's
for
the
that
main
proposal.
impediment to getting a deal?
Well, they're just asking for things that you can't do.
Okay.
They don't want to give up what they have to give up. You know what that is. They seek enrichment. We can't have enrichment. We want just the opposite. And so far, they're not
De-enrichment.
there. I hate to say that because the alternative is a very, very dire one. But they're not there. They have given us their thoughts on the deal. And I said, it's just not acceptable. I would say, yeah. I don't know what else I can talk about the weather.
Well, you can talk about Lebanon.
Pretty much that's the main topic.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Mr. President.
We talked about Lebanon also. Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Well, Lebanon's working very hard. They have a great new ambassador.
Wow.
That I put there. Man, I know very well. He's very smart. I didn't even know he was Lebanese. And I said, why would you want Lebanon? He said, I was born there. I love it. I love the people. I said, it's very dangerous going to Lebanon. There are some ambassadorships that are wonderful. There are some that are dangerous. I
Yeah,
said,
that'd be a bad one.
Michel, his name is. It's a he, Michel. Very elegant man. And I said, why would you want this? And he said, because I love my country and I love those people. I said, it's
Fucking
very
based.
dangerous. He goes, I don't care.
Damn.
This is not a man that lived on danger. He's a very successful man from here. And he wanted to be the ambassador despite probably a very dangerous situation he's going into. You see what's going on.
No,
But
no. Wait, you guys
I
think
had
he's
great
talking about
respect for
Michelle
that.
Obama?
He loves that country. He loves it. He was born
Wait,
there.
really?
He loves the country, yeah.
Mr. President, you've got a big, beautiful parade coming up on Saturday.
We do.
What's your biggest expectations for that? Then I've got a second question in regards to Gavin Newsom. Go ahead and talk about the big, beautiful parade.
It's such a, thank you, Brian. It's such a, I think, important moment for this country.
The Glazer questions, man.
2 weeks ago, I was calling people and back and forth with leaders, including President
Just to
Putin,
recap, no, this is happening live.
including French president, including lots of different people. And all of them said, we're celebrating victory in World War II.
Yeah.
And I said,
For trouble! Make it double!
Oh. Oh my god.
Get your ass back here!
Oh my god. Bro.
No, look at this bitch. We got kill her. She's got 12k HP as well. I'm gonna try and pop. Right, slice and dice.
Hello there.
Can't get pumped. It's fine, I got popped. It's coming for me. It's fine, Sure. Right, come kite back to me. I'm gonna freeze him. I'm freezing it. Move. Just focus her. Oh shit. Pumper, pumper, pumper.
Hello there.
Vanish if you have to. It's fine. It's fine. Vanishing. I'm running out of mana. I'm coming. Finishing off, finishing off, finishing off. Oh no, I've been frost novaed. I have no escape. I'm good. They're not on me. Finish her. One more hit on her. I'm throwing shit. Oh my god! Oh my god, I'm getting pumped. I'll die.
What the fuck is all that shit?
It's fine. We're done. We're good. We're good. Oh no, Marl, I'm dead. Marl, I'm dead. Freezing him. I'm dead. Oh my god. I got frost novaed.
Oh my god.
I got frost nova. There's nothing I can do.
Oh my god.
So did I. Good chat. You get fireballed. You get fireballed.
Go down? Oh wow. They actually come in at a good enough angle that you could technically jump from one zeppelin to another one with.
Is that main good? Hand, mama? Yeah.
Is that my pre-ride best?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
It is now. So I need on
It is now.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh wow.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Guys?
Ist das sein fucking Ernst?
Nico, the disguising AP burst mage that appears out of nowhere, with a huge teamfight ult that makes her a great mid and support in high elo. That is until I found this player, Hatsune Niku, a challenger AD Nico top player, who turned this teamfighting AP mage into a split pushing, high DPS, CCing assassin that can kill anyone while they're stuck in her CC chain. Gone are the days of Nico only killing squishies, now she can kill anyone. A minion walks up at you, CCs you and 100 to zeros you with no chance to respond. This is the best AD Nico in the world, and he has done it with 6 completely new mind game and clone tricks this player has found, letting him abuse the clone for more healing, more tower damage, more attack speed, more range, and lots of other crazy things. And not only that, he even used a new bug synergy with one item that makes her late game ridiculous. This has been in the game ever since she was on PBE, so once again we're here to help Riot fix their game. This is one of the highest level players we've ever covered, and he gave me all of the tricks and tiny details he used to go from hard stuck to challenger in just one season. Hatsune Niku, also known as LOL Weiro, an expert in playing Nico with multiple builds, and currently the best AD Nico in the world, but he wasn't always. In fact, when he started playing League back in Season 2, he spent over 6 months in Bronze 4, close to the lowest possible rank at the time. Only just climbing to Silver after hundreds of hours of grinding, it was a slow start. Things got better the next year in Season 3, swapping to becoming a top lane main, and climbing to Diamond for the first time. But Season 4 is where things really got bad. He wanted to hit Masters more than anything, but after 12 full months being hard stuck in Diamond 5, he hadn't moved at all. The next season he swapped roles. Surely it couldn't be worse than being hard stuck for 12 months. Well, yes it was. By the end of Season 6, he was still stuck in Diamond 5. Season 7, 8, you guessed it, still Diamond 5. This is where most streamers or pros would recommend you give up. It had been years, surely he'd proven this was his peak rank, and trying more would just be hopeless. But in Season 9, his prayers were answered. Nico was released. Literally the first day of PBE, he logged on to try it out, and right away he knew he wouldn't be playing AP. He checked her skills and immediately decided she'd be a great AD pick, and couldn't wait to try and convince others it was possible. With a total of 0 AP Nico games played, Weiro spammed AD Nico the whole season, and finally achieved Masters rank for the first time, all thanks to this off-meta pick. Season 10 he began streaming his climb, trying to spread the love of this pick, and by Season 12 he reached Grandmaster. Then in Season 14, for the first time he hit Challenger. With more bot lane and AD carry nerfs on the way, Nico Top still has a bright future, and that's quite lucky as he even got a Nico tattoo on his arm, which surprisingly looks pretty great. But why is he playing this pick? Well, there's one reason why AD Nico can work: her W passive. This ability is mainly a clone, but it also gives every third attack free magic damage. So the more attack speed you buy, the more he procs his empowered autos, even maxing this ability first. This turns Nico Top into an amazing lane bully, not just thanks to her range poke, but having the low cooldown route on E that means no dive champion can ever get to her, as well as her W that forces enemies to take a 50-50 guess every time they go in, making her even more slippery. In lane, she's one of the safest poke top laners in the game, and then by mid game she becomes a huge split push threat that can easily control side lane and 1v1 lots of the meta top laners. But more importantly, this build fixes Nico's biggest issue, her lack of DPS. Usually the champion only has burst damage, and is unable to beat bruisers and tanks in the mid and late game, but AD Nico can shred bruisers and tanks with this AD build, and even has the option to go for a more tanky build. So if enemies pick all 1 damage type, like magic, he can adapt and go Wit's End into more, even Terminus and Jack Show, still having great CC and good damage. But the real reason you're picking this is to 1v1 anyone in the late game. The damage just doesn't compare to AP. completely unexpected. Starting W. This is completely different to AP Nico, who would be happy with either Q or E, but never W, immediately unlocking the 3-hit passive and hitting enemies. The range is a lot higher than people expect, 550, so basically the same as a good AD carry. Each third auto attack does the free magic damage, but importantly also gives Nico movement speed for 1 second, so she can easily kite away after she does it. It's harass and escape in the same ability, it's perfect. Of course already also having the clone to escape if the enemy all-ins. Level 2 she takes her E, and saves it for if the enemy walks too far up. She always wants to throw it through minions onto the enemy to empower it and more than double the root duration, and this just lets her get more auto attacks off while they're rooted. Level 3 he takes his Q, still great poke early game and good for wave clear. His game plan early on is all about bullying the enemy top laner, pushing, taking plates, and of course going for 1v1 kills. The usual problem with this far right playstyle is when you get ganked. But Nico doesn't care. Whenever a jungler shows up, she can root them, and always use the clone to get away. It's not just for mind games, it can also dodge abilities like this. Our player plays with Ignite Flash pretty much every game, but can play Ignite Ghost against matchups like Jax, Fiora, or Darius. Anyone who's going to chase you, he's happy to just ghost away and keep hitting them. At level 6 he gets his ult, which is perfect for 2v2s or 3v3s. The base damage on this is still amazing, and more importantly it's a good CC. Since Nico is now an AD auto attacker, she's going to get dived onto, and this ability can be used to now counter engage, rooting anyone who was going for her and giving her time to kite away while still auto attacking them. But my favourite way he uses them is to set up 1v1 kills. If the enemy ever wastes their dash, that's a sign for Nico to walk up, even using his W for the bonus movement speed to get in range for an E root. This route sets up her ultimate CC, so if you time it well, the enemies won't have an escape, and Nico can keep autoing throughout, adding the ignite to finish off the kill. As soon as you die once to Nico, you're going to die over and over again, because her CC is so strong. It's really hard to turn this lane around, and it gets even worse when he gets Berserker Greaves to make him even faster and harder to catch. That is, if they don't just die under their own tower because they don't expect your damage. His first item every game is Blade of the Ruin King. The reason for this is that it fixes AD Nico's problem of having very low base AD. It also gives you lifesteal to have more sustain in laning phase, and it's perfect in top lane against so many champions. His next goal is to win lane as fast as possible, and this is where his 6 special clone tricks start. These are truly the best parts of AD Nico. The first trick he uses is when he's trying to take tower before 14 minutes. A lot of people don't know this, but ranged champions have their early damage to towers nerfed, meaning that melee champions deal more damage. Since Nico is ranged, she should do less. But if you use the passive to transform into a melee champion, she will gain this bonus damage. So in this clip she does 48 damage as herself, then transforms into Yone to do 59 damage on the first tower plate. The second trick is also to take towers faster. This is probably her best split pushing strategy, and it's to do with Void Grubs. We don't think this is a bug, but since ranged champions also do less damage with Void Grubs, you can again transform into a melee champion to do more Void Grub damage. Nico only gets 6 damage per tick, but Viego gets 12 damage per tick, and these just add up to help you take towers much faster. More of these tricks later on, but for now Nico is moving into the enemy jungle and stealing camps, as she has bonus monster damage on her Q and her W, so she's really good at counter jungling. In mid game she starts split pushing to get towers, especially tier 2 top and bot lane, to get the bonus gold. And here he buys his second item, Rage Blade. He gets so much attack speed with this item, and it also synergizes with Blade of the Ruin King. The interaction with Rage Blade also lets her proc her empowered auto attacks twice when fully stacked, and this shreds tanks super quickly. Then buying Kraken Slayer, another synergy item with her build, giving her even more attack speed and more procs. And these enable the rest of his special mind games and tricks. Number 3, a free one that many people already know about, but is vital for AD Nico as well. Of course, it's transforming into a melee minion, going to the front of the wave, and then just waiting. Even challenger enemies don't always count the minions on every single wave, and as soon as they get caught, AD Nico will shred them immediately. His fourth trick is a special interaction with higher range champions when you transform into them. He thinks this one's probably a bug that's not intended, but whenever you transform into a champion that has higher range than you, Nico will gain that range. And this is amazing for harass in lane, especially if your team has a Caitlyn or an Ashe, as then you just gain their absurd attack range and can keep autoing the enemy no matter where they are. And you'll never guess his fifth trick, Nico also gains bonus attack speed whenever he transforms into a champion with a higher attack speed ratio than his. So in this clip he transforms into into a Zac to take the tower quicker, with the attack speed going from 1.63 to 1.69, which makes a difference when you add it to all of the others. And his final trick using this is that you get more healing on fleet footwork when you transform into a melee champion as well. You don't get the penalty of being a ranged champion, so you heal even more. He even has one special trick up his sleeve, the W active recall, to get more vision on bushes. The clone is only supposed to last for 3 seconds, but if you press the recall button when it's out, the clone will start recalling and give you vision for up to 8 seconds extra. I don't know how this is still in the game, but it's so useful, please use it. As the game gets later on, you can pretty much 1v1 anyone, happy to hide in a bush and wait for someone to walk up and one-shot them while they're stuck in a CC chain. It's so oppressive and unfair, there's a reason only a few champions can do this. And now it's time to help Riot fix their game with the bug synergy on an item that makes Neeko into an even better late game monster. You can build Runan's Hurricane on Neeko, and this has an interaction with her W empowered passive. If you auto-attack an opponent while there are 2 minions or enemies nearby, you instantly proc your empowered autos in just 1 hit. In theory, I guess this makes sense, but in reality, it kind of immediately kills whoever it is. So I guess it's a fine interaction if it's not built that often, and thank you to Wero for sharing the secret with us. To rate this pick, many viewers go into reality, it kind of just immediately kills whoever it is. There are 2 minions or enemies nearby, you instantly proc your empowered autos in just one hit. In theory, minions or enemies with her W empowered passive. If you auto attack an opponent while there are 2 minions or enemies nearby, you instantly proc your empowered autos in just one hit. In theory, I guess this makes sense, but in reality, it kind of just immediately kills whoever it is. So I guess it's a fine interaction if it's not built that often, and thank you to Wero for sharing the secret with us. To rate this pick, many viewers go into Wero's stream to ask him if this is viable in low elo, and he always tells them yes. This pick is viable in most ranks because of how good range tops can be, and especially in the lower ranks because people don't know how to beat them. Even in high ranks though, we've seen AD Nico top in pro play before, and it's clearly still working well if he's playing it in Challenger. I think AD Nico is a hugely underrated pick that I expect to see quite soon in the meta to match the AD carry priority we're seeing in every role. And of course you can always pivot to AP if your team needs it. He bans Irelia or Rengar most games, and there are a few hard matchups like these. These are playable and you're likely to come out even if you play well, but every single other matchup is completely free, he says, for Nico to win. Here's his full build, which we've been through most. Every single other matchup is completely free, he says, for Nico to win. Here's his full build, which we've been but every single other matchup is completely free, he says, for Nico to win. Here's his full build, which we've been through most of already, but after Kraken Slayer he can add in situational items like Terminus to get tankier, same for Wit's End, Runan's Hurricane for maximum damage, Hullbreaker if you want to split push even more, or if he needs to be more frontline he can get tankier with Shield Bow, Jack Show, even Guardian Angel or more are fine. And of course Nico can go AP items as well. He has the option to go Zhonya's, benefiting from all of the damage. He can also go this tankier build if his team needs it. Again, still some early damage with the boots and the Blade of the Ruin King, but then Terminus, Jack Show, Rage Blade, Wit's End or Kraken Slayer are all good enough. Still having great damage but just being a bit harder to kill. He has 2 favorite rune pages that press the attack page for the highest damage, taking overgrowth and conditioning in the secondaries, and he says these are super important for late game to stop him getting one shot. The Fleet Footwork page for more sustain is good, especially where you can't trade early on, for example against poke champions like the new Skarner, Kennen, Vayne or Jace. He can even take this Grasp of the Undying page, if he needs to really be a lot tankier, especially against an AP assassin jungler. Wero has a Twitch, as well as YouTube and a Twitter, linked to all of them in the description. If you want to see him climbing through Challenger, then please check them out. A quick update on my health, it's going well, and I have a ton of off-meta topics saved up. Thank you everyone for wishing me well in the comments. Thanks so much for watching. Nico, the Wero has a Twitch topic saved up. Thank you them out. A quick update on my health description. If you want to see him climbing through Challenger, then please check them out. A quick update.
I don't know who's top lane. I hate their team because I don't know who's who. Who the freak is where? Oh, it's not even Trinity. Nice try. This is like fine. Oh. Walking 30 gold. Oh, I least lose his game. Screwed. Fair at all. And then I have the wrong runes too, so I am screwed. Well, at least if I come out as lane in a positive way, then technically my runes are not that bad. My runes are just bad for laning phase. So far the lane's not going that bad. I really want to get a play before I leave. Plus 30 gold. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave after this, because Rumble's coming top lane soon. He should be coming now. He's like walking up, because he wants to set up for Rumble. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna leave. So safe, so close. Yeah, I'm just gonna do this kind of rune 3. I mean, the starting items. So we should be fine now. It's early game. But once this gameplay has Sheen, we're kind of like, you know, He's gonna get Sheen when he comes back. But I think this is like fine. Also, this guy recalled at the really bad time.
Wow,
We should do
isn't that
that.
amazing? We're the only one that wasn't celebrating, and we're the one that won the war. Now, Russia did help. They did lose 51 million people in all fairness. People say,
okay.
oh, he's sticking up for Russia. No, they lost 51 million people.
Bro, Russia.
And,
Yeah.
you know, we can't forget that.
He's right.
But
Respect.
France was celebrating. And, as you know, Hitler made a speech at the Eiffel Tower. But when I spoke to President Macron, he said, oh, we are celebrating the great victory of World War II. And I think that's great that he was doing it. But we're the one that won it, and we weren't celebrating. I said to myself, you know, isn't that crazy? And I think it's time for us to celebrate a little bit. You know, we've had a lot of victories. We won 2 world wars.
Yeah.
And then we go out and change the name of the forts where we won the wars. You go out, we win world wars from Fort Robert E. Lee, from
to the
Fort
moon.
Bragg, from all the different forts. And what do? We change the name of the forts because we want to be politically correct. So a lot of them we're changing back. You probably noticed.
Great.
Fort Bragg and others. But I think it's a time to celebrate our military. You know, we've rebuilt our military largely, little low on ammunition. That's because it goes out very fast to other countries, one in particular, but we'll get that back very quickly. But we have a military the likes of which nobody has. Nobody comes close. We have the best equipment in the world. We make the best equipment in the world. There's no military like our military. We showed that with ISIS. I was told by the television generals it would take 4 years to win, and we did it in 3 weeks. And it was headed by General Raisin Kane, who's now the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He's great.
He just loves saying that name.
No, I think it's time that we celebrate. And I sort of have to laugh at these people. Well, you know, you're going to spend a lot of money. A lot of that money is being paid for by me and people that make donations. I don't know if you know that. A lot of it won't even come out of the military. I think I can say that, Susie, right? We have people putting up money to do it. Not that it's necessary, because I think it's a great expenditure. We have many tanks. We have all sorts of new ones and very old ones.
So he's paying for the military?
One and World War II. It's really a celebration of the Army. So the Army is a year older than the country. So next year we celebrate 250 years, but we're celebrating the Army on Flag Day. And it's not my birthday. It is my birthday, but I'm not celebrating my birthday. I'm celebrating Flag Day. It happens to be the same day, so I take a little heat. But Flag Day is the appropriate date. And we're celebrating 250 years of the Army, a great service. And remember, you know, think of it. We won so much.
I didn't know that.
World War I, World War II, so much else. And then we became politically correct.
What a coincidence.
But I can only tell you that I was told that ISIS would take anywhere from 4 to 5 years, and we did it in 3 weeks. You were there, you watched, right? We have the greatest military in the world. Nobody can beat us. As long as we have our right leadership, nobody can beat us. If we have stupid people running it, like you had in Afghanistan, when you look at that, first of all, Afghanistan should have been an easy victory as a war, but we were so sad the way we fought it, so ridiculous. We fight not to win, but we didn't used to be that way. And we're celebrating because I think the day in Afghanistan was the
Biden.
saddest period of time in the history of our country. That was a Biden mess with bad generals like Milley and others. They were bad. They were incompetent generals. I know all the good ones and the bad ones. We got rid of most of the bad ones. But it was time to celebrate, and that's what we're doing. So it's on June 14th.
Great.
And it's going to be a parade, the likes of which, I don't know, on June 14th.
Great.
And it's going to be a parade, the likes of which, I don't know if we've ever had a parade like that. It's going to be incredible.
Yeah.
We have even though it's the Army, we have a lot of those Army airplanes flying over the top, and we have tanks all over the
Isn't
place.
the guy
so
from
thousands
Syria,
and
the
thousands
ISIS
of soldiers going to bravely march down the streets. It's going to be a beautiful day.
Was that him?
And we're going to celebrate our country.
You spoke of leadership, and real quickly, speaking of Gavin Newsom, is he the right leader for California, considering how massive their economy is and all these U.S. investments coming in? Is he the right governor and leader for the future of
Clearly
California
not.
and for
I
U.S.
don't think
investments?
he is. I mean, I think he's done a
Clearly
terrible
not.
job. And, you know, he's a guy, I always got along with him. You look at his past statements about me. I was a great president. I always took care of California, you know, all that.
We helped with
But
wildfires. Yeah.
I'm just talking on results. You look, you know, he has the advantage of beautiful weather, maybe the best weather of any state when you think about it. Beautiful weather, beautiful ocean, beautiful everything.
True.
You have all the advantages, and he didn't take advantage of that. And he's let people come in by the millions who are overrunning your hospitals, your education system, and your police. Your police are being overrun. Look at what's happened.
That was bad. That was real bad.
He should only be happy I sent in the military, because if I didn't send them in, you would have had a problem there, the likes of which we haven't seen in a long time. Yeah, please. Thank you, Brian, very much.
Supersonic flight. On supersonic flight.
Supersonic
Yes,
flight.
sir. I know you just signed an
yellow
executive order
Right.
on it. Do you want to see a supersonic Air Force One in the next 10 years or so?
Oh, well, I don't care too much about that, but I would like to see, you know, if you think about it, flight, the word flight's an interesting word, but it's probably the only category where we've actually gone backwards, because we used to have the Concorde, and we could fly to London,
wait.
Brad, very quickly. and
Concorde?
Nicely. And today it takes you 2 times and 3 times as long.
Yeah, but it
It's the
costs a
only
lot of
thing
money,
where
right?
we've regressed. By the way, the Concorde, to my way of thinking, to this day, Michael, because you're very much into aesthetics, I know, but to this
I
day
don't know
was
about
one of the most
gotta rename it.
beautiful pieces of art I've ever seen. It was a piece
really
of
gotta
art.
rename
The
the
beauty of the Concorde. It was the most beautiful plane, but it was, you know, got you there in half the time. Now you spend
Trump's
a lot of
bringing
time.
back Concorde. He's going to make Concorde great again.
There's no reason for it. Because, you know, they have the sonic boom. It's not a huge problem, but they have the sonic boom thing pretty well figured out. The technology changes, the change in the skin, the change in weight, all of the other things. There's no reason why we shouldn't do great. So we are making it possible for them to do supersonic and get us back on the track. I mean, think of it, 30 years ago, we actually had planes that flew much faster than we do now.
Well,
it
because
took
they
you
were too
half the time to
expensive.
get to
I'm
a
pretty
location.
sure that's why.
So we've regressed, and we're going to progress.
5 sonic big booms.
Eh? Right. Sort of an amazing thing, isn't it, though? We've gone backwards. On Wall Street, they haven't done that. If Goldman Sachs was like that, you wouldn't have Goldman Sachs anymore. Yeah, please.
Situation in Los Angeles.
Ooh,
Are
he
you
doesn't
going to
need to
deploy
now, right?
Marines in California?
We'll see what happens. I mean, I
Yep.
think we have it very well under control.
Yeah, they don't need to.
I think it would have been a very bad situation. It was heading in the wrong direction. It's now heading in the right direction. And we hope to have the support of Gavin, because Gavin's
Surely
the
he
big
will.
beneficiary as we straighten out his
Surely
problems.
he's
I
gonna
mean,
be
his
okay
state
with
is
it.
a mess. And I'd like to get somebody involved in the rail, because, look, personally, it should have never been built, because you can fly there for $2, and what are you doing? They're doing that. You could drive, you could do lots of different things. You know, if they did a study, if you gave every passenger the finest limousine service in the history of our world, the most expensive chauffeur-driven white glove limousine service back and forth,
that's good.
We would have saved billions of dollars as opposed to building this monstrosity that's going up.
Well,
and I've never seen anything.
Does everybody get a limousine now?
I'm a person, I've always done well on cost overruns. I don't have them. But I will tell you, I have never seen cost overruns. You see them where they're 20% more, 50%, 100% more.
Jesus Christ.
These are thousands of percent. Nobody even knows. They have no idea. And it was supposed to be from San Francisco to Los Angeles. Well, they just made it way outside of Los Angeles. Where it's stopping in the middle of, I don't want to say nowhere because I happen to like one of those little cities very much. But it's way short of the destination. And our government is saying, why are we involved in this thing? It's been handled so badly before him, but he really blew it. So, all right, one more question.
Can you speak to any of the discussions that were had there and the purpose of that retreat, your time at Camp David?
On a what?
Your time at Camp David, can you speak to what discussions were had there and the purpose of that retreat?
Probably not.
Well, I don't want to speak to discussions. I mean, I told you what we were there for a little bit. We had discussions on many topics. We had a group of people, large group of people, including generals and admirals and lots of others. And all I can say is our country's in great shape. We're in great shape economically.
Great.
The bill that Mike and Jason and all the
Trump's
people are working on is going to be, I think, amazing. I think it's going to be one of the most important pieces of legislation we've ever had in this country. It's going to do things that you wouldn't believe. And we're going to, I have a very simple phrase. We ran an election on very simple words: make America great again. That's what we're doing. We're making it great. We're making it safe. We're making it beautiful. And we're making it very wealthy again. Wealth is okay. You need wealth to take care of lots of other people. We have to make our country better. It has to heal from 4 years of abuse. Our country was abused badly by a very incompetent person and a group of people that weren't incompetent, but they were radical left lunatics. And they ran the country with an auto pen. And I hope that law enforcement's looking at that very seriously. That's like a takeover of our country in a certain way.
That is weird.
Because this guy had no idea what he was doing. You saw that during the debate. You saw that in other cases. I mean, he had no idea. I saw it years ago. By the way, 40 years ago, he had no. He was bad 40 years ago. We're not just talking about. And they always like to say age, but it's not age. I know people 88, 89, 92. Bernie Marcus, who just passed away, was 95. I spoke to him a year before. He was 100%. It's not age. It's something else. But whatever it is, you can't have that in this country. The damage he's done to this country is unbelievable. But the good news is we've got much of it fixed already, and the rest of it will happen. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Well, there it is. Contrary to what some people would have you believe, the amount of pushback and the amount of support for, holding these people accountable and arresting them is at an all-time high. I think that the majority of people want to see these guys and these people get arrested. So take a look at this.
If we just take a look at the baseline numbers here, this is Trump's net approval rating on immigration. It's gone up like a rocket. Compare now versus 8 years ago approval rating on immigration. It's gone up like a rocket. Compare now versus 8 years ago during Trump's first term. Look at this. In his first term, Trump was way underwater at minus 21 points. But look at this. He's up over 20 points. Now, in the aggregate, he is in positive territory at plus 1 point on his net approval rating. Some other polls even have it a little bit higher than that. There is no issue on which Trump is doing so much better than he was in his first term, more than the issue of immigration.
This is the reason why I think he should use the military if necessary, and also the National Guard to just completely shut this stuff down. Everybody is agreeing with him on this. Everybody's in favor of this. Like, everybody is, like, really, I mean, like, people voted for this. Do it. I think the problem that a lot of people have right now, this is what I'm frustrated about, personally. Why are there not 3,000 arrests from yesterday? Why do they not already have the National Guard patrolling, making sure this doesn't happen? Build the camps. Yeah, it's too soft. They're way too soft on this. It's embarrassing. And you can see very clearly, this is what the public wants. So don't let social media and other content creators and people like this gaslight you. This is the popular opinion. The popular opinion is to put these people in jail and remove them from the country. And it is overwhelmingly the popular opinion. And this, like the crash out that's happened over the past few days, will only serve to make it even more extreme.
No wonder the Times has written up the way that he is. Trump is begging for a fight on this because he knows what he's doing so far.
To put children in jail? This emotional manipulation doesn't work anymore. I understand, like, I don't care. If you're bringing kids over and you're trying to use them as like a shield for your bad behavior, then yeah, I guess they're going to jail with you. I don't care. I don't think most people do. I think a lot of average Americans are sick of having their own empathy and their better nature weaponized against them in order to justify a bunch of illegal aliens and criminals coming over and doing stuff that they shouldn't be doing, and they shouldn't even be here in the first place. Yeah, bring your kid to riot day? What the fuck is wrong with you? Where are the parents? Where's the parents' responsibility for taking care of their kids? It's insane. No, you're not going to claim the moral upper hand whenever these people are willingly putting their kids in danger by doing this. It's outrageous.
Is working with the American electorate.
It's
Where does
massively
immigration
working.
rank on issues for him?
And guys, I wonder, where do you think that it's going to push? Like, whenever you see a bunch of random people in masks flying every single flag except for the American flag, lighting self-driving cars on fire, and standing in the middle of the street, and, you know, like driving around in motorcycles around, again, like cars on fire in the middle of an intersection, I wonder if that's going to help Trump or not. Ah, geez, I wonder. You might not be seeing this, and you might not see this, but I am a legal immigrant myself, and all my extended family and I are pro-Trump. Left-wing media is lumping legals with illegals, and it really bothers all the legal immigrants. Well, of course it does. I mean, I went to school with a lot of Eric Hernandez's, okay? Like, and, you know, like David or, like, Bill Rodriguez. This is extremely fucking common.
How is he doing compared to others?
Yeah, so I think what's so important is it is his top issue so far, and the reason it is his top issue is because take a look at the individual nuggets in here. Why are people approving of Trump on immigration, approve of these different immigration actions? Well, Trump's administration's program to deport those here illegally. Look at this, 54% approval. How about agents searching your hometown for those that they think are here illegally? Again, positive territory here.
There it is. And you can see, obviously, people do support this. And again, the majority of people support this.
50% for Donald Trump. So it's not just on the broad issue of immigration where Trump is doing well. It's on the specifics. When you dive into the issues, Trump is above 50%, and his actions are above 50%, at least with those most directly connected to what's going on right now out in Los Angeles.
So Donald Trump, the president, picking a fight on this, and to an extent, you see Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass, a Democrat, and the California Governor Gavin Newsom pushing back. Angeles Mayor Karen Bass, a Democrat, and the California Governor Gavin Newsom pushing back.
Yeah.
So what do voters see in terms of their perceptions of Republicans, the president, or Democrats, say Gavin Newsom, on this issue?
Yeah.
How is it not higher? They're literally illegals. I think that the reason why it's not higher is because he's talking about doing this wholesale. So there's a lot of people out there that want the deportations to happen, but they just want it to be for the people that are criminals. But what I'm saying is that mass deportations for anybody here illegally is actually the consensus opinion. Or sorry, I guess consensus isn't the right word. It's the majority opinion. But whenever you add in, especially people that are committing crimes or doing anything wrong, then you have a lot more people.
The American electorate believe that
this is what I'm saying is, like, this is the most extreme way of asking the question. And even this extreme way of asking the question generates a majority yes response. So think about whenever you get more specific.
The Democrats don't have a clue on the issue of immigration. I mean, you could just take it here. Closer to trust more in immigration, Democrats versus Republicans. Got 3 different polls for you across the board. They all tell the same story. Republicans lead on the issue of immigration. You see it here, CBS plus 6. You see it here, CNN plus 6. You see it here, Ipsos, even bigger, plus 19, no matter.
It is just not popular to burn down self-driving cars and protect illegal aliens over American citizens. Isn't that shocking? Who could have ever guessed that?
What poll you look at, no matter which way you cut it, the American public is with the Republicans, the American public is with Donald Trump, and to a much greater extent than they were in term number one. And it's not just on the broad issue.
And this is why he needs to be decisive, and he needs to act on this very quickly. If Trump actually does pretty much get rid of a lot of these people, and he forcefully does it, and you see mass arrests, and even you have, like, I think a big issue is that a lot of these community leaders and the people that push for these riots, they never get held accountable. They spent 4 years trying to hold Donald Trump accountable for January 6th, but somehow we can't hold any of these people accountable for doing this for years. How does that happen?
Of immigration, it's on the specifics as
the flags
well,
are a terrible
in which
look.
the American public is with Donald Trump and the Republicans, and that is why Donald Trump is eager to take on this fight and eager for those scenes out of Los Angeles.
I was just going to use that word eager. This explains some of that eagerness to push forward ever more on this as it escalates. Harriet, and thank you very much for.
Yeah, I think that there's a good chance that he's waiting for it to hit a fever pitch, and then after he does, then he's going to, like, basically mobilize the military or National Guard in order to take care of it. I think that's definitely possible, that he's kind of waiting. He's waiting for things to get worse until he, you know, lets it pop off even more. Look at his most recent Truth Social post. Okay, let me see if I can find it. Let's see here. If they split, we will hit. This is a statement from the President of the United States concerning the catastrophic Gavin Newsom-inspired riots going on in Los Angeles. The insurrectionists have a tendency to spit in the face of National Guardsmen and women and others. These patriots are told to accept this if it's just the way life runs. But non-Trump administration, if they spit, we will hit. Such a promise that I will hit harder than we ever have hit before. Such disrespect will not be tolerated. I'm going to be honest. If you're spitting on federal officers and they hit you... jeez. Really? Oh, wow. Wow. Man. I think that really... And this is... There's like a meta level issue here. There is a normalization... And there is a normalization of violence against people because you disagree with them or because you think that it's acceptable to be violent toward them. This entire notion needs to be dismantled at the core. This is completely destructive, and it's destructive for everything. And so, yeah, this is, I totally agree with this. It's leftist ideology. Well, I don't know if it, I mean, I don't want to say that it's like one side doing this because it's ultimately the ideology is what's bad, not the people that are doing it specifically. So it doesn't matter who's doing it. Spitting is potentially a hazard, depending on what disease they have. So yeah, that's fair. Spitting on someone counts as assault. You should expect them to hit you back. Yeah, exactly. And I think that we need to go back to a society where any sort of physical escalation is treated like it's bad. This is the same reason why I've had the opinion that I had about throwing bricks at the police officers too. Like in my opinion, if you throw a brick at a police officer, I think that they should be able to shoot you. Straight up. Like literally no restrictions. Like if you're throwing bricks, you should be able to get shot. It's attempted murder. Yeah, absolutely. And there's no reason, by the way, there is no moral and ethical reason that you need to that you can come up with that tells me that this is a person who should endure a life-threatening attack on their life and not have the right to defend themselves. This is a deadly weapon. A brick is a deadly weapon. There are no bricks of peace. So this is these are the mostly peaceful protests that are happening in LA right now. You might think that this is a screenshot from Grand Theft Auto 6. It's actually not. It's LA today. Here we go.
Had been going on right outside the Federal Detention Center. Most of those demonstrators were very peaceful. They were chanting, they were shouting. People were driving by, honking their horns. And again, they were expressing their anger about the detention of so many immigrants at the federal center. Most of the evening, the federal...
I love how, like, she's saying this while she has two retards just being as annoying as possible, stream sniping her in the background. Yeah, it's totally.
At a certain point, some of the demonstrators got very close to the property. In fact, some of them
throwing out gang signs. Yeah, I guess so.
Tagging the building, started banging on fences, and shortly after all that happened, the agents started firing off.
Why did he bring his? Who the fuck brings your dog to a protest? Who does this? This is so insane. Oh my God. Yeah, CNN called it peaceful. Let me see if I can find another clip for that. And so, yeah, they're calling this a peaceful protest, which you can clearly see it's not. But anyway, let's go back. I'm going to show one more of these here. Where did it go? No, it's not that one. I think there's one more besides this because, yeah, they've totally turned this place into a PvP server. It's absolutely fucking insane. Yeah, oh, here we go. Yeah, this is CNN talking about it too.
So there's unrest. Let's start with there's protest. Lawful protest, which is allowed in this country. There is some unrest. Generally,
there's some unrest. Yeah. I would say that would in fact be true. Accurate.
Dealt with by local law enforcement, and that there needs to be state support through state police. And sometimes even National Guard under a governor's authority. What is happening tonight is unprecedented. So there's unrest.
I don't see how people say this is unprecedented. It's not unprecedented at all. We had this happen 4 years ago, 5 years ago. And so here we go. Here's another one right here. Oh, a National Guard.
You know, let's hope that no one is hurt and no one is injured and it doesn't escalate from here. Look at the flag. Yeah, Guy, I see
there it is.
You
Mexican flag can, you know.
Man,
you know, this is criminal.
I can't wait to see all these clips be played on the midterm elections. Yeah, I can easily see a lot of these getting played on the midterm elections every fucking day. They're doing it themselves before back to Mexico. I don't know if the guy's a citizen or not. I have no idea.
I hope people are held accountable for it. And I'm talking about the riots right here.
Where are the cops?
Yeah, where are they?
That's a good. See, that's a good fucking question.
Hope.
Like people are getting their cars burned down. Everything's getting destroyed. I'll pull up a live thing. So apparently, okay, here we go. And obviously Donald Trump is tweeting about this. Well, here we go.
Oh, they're coming out. They're coming out.
Uh-oh. Oh. Scatter time? Yeah, exactly. As people like this do it, I mean, if they... Let me see here if I can find it. So this is the post that I guess Trump made about this right here. A once great city, Los Angeles, has been invaded and occupied by illegal aliens and criminals. Now violent insurrectionist mobs are swarming and attacking our federal agents to try to stop our deportation operations, but these lawless riots only strengthen our resolve. That's right. I'm directing Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, Pete Hegseth, and Attorney General Tom Bondi in coordination with all the relevant departments to take such action necessary to liberate Los Angeles from the migrant invasion and put an end to these migrant riots. Order will be restored, the illegals will be expelled, and Los Angeles will be set free. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I could not fucking agree more. This is more normal behavior.
Their squad cars from North Hollywood
Sorry
Division.
about that. I'm just going to turn down the audio so you guys don't have to hear it. But, you know, you've got APD. These are not APD. What is this here? Fucking LAPD. You know, cars, I think, getting burned down. Like, this is crazy. Right? Absolutely fucking insane. I see the Kash Patel tweet. Let me go back. I see if I can find it. There's any more of this here. And obviously, they're always posting this, too. Rioters are waving foreign flags, threatening family members of National Guard. What is this? So there's the National Guard right there. Oh, man.
the blood there. Your families are next. Good. I want you to put a hand on every protester like this in case they decide to rush, so you can pull your comrade back.
Comrade, oh my god. I feel like there is no way that they come back from this. Like this looks so bad. And then there's also this one too. Let me go back. I'll see if I can find a few more of this too. And is this right now? Well, it was earlier today. And let me go back. I'll see if I can pull up some more of them here.
Okay, so everybody is like running off right now. I'm not sure why. I can see just down the street. My photographer can move with me a little bit. There's a huge group of people marching down the street right now, and you can see this might be what we've seen before.
Jesus.
Look at that, Andy. If you can just scoot over to the right, look over here to the right. You can see.
It's going absolutely
you can see there's protesters squaring off with law enforcement right now. Can you see that? So there you have, okay, we're hearing the flashbangs.
Uh-oh.
We're hearing the flashbangs right now. This is what we've been seeing night after night. These clashes, these some of these violent protesters squaring off with law enforcement. You have that law enforcement in riot gear there. You could see them with their shields. They're forming a line. They're doing what they can to...
How do we convince these people that the situation is not dire enough to resort to violent riots? In their mind, the gig is up and they have to fight back? Well, it's simple. You put a few of them in jail, and if that doesn't work, you put a few more in jail, and you repeat that process until there's no more of them to put in jail, either because they stop doing it or they're all in jail. Yeah, it's really simple. Like, I don't understand. Like, it's obvious how to deal with this. Live ammo? I don't want to see the police officers shoot people. Like, if a police officer shoots somebody that throws a brick at them, I really don't give a shit. I don't care, and I think that's totally fine. But if you're talking about, like, just people protesting, I don't want to see the officers shooting people randomly.
Protect themselves from these protesters. And you have more of them, more of these protesters coming down the street right now.
What are you saying? Somebody says, what am I saying in terms of, like, throwing a brick? Throwing a brick is a deadly weapon, and a brick could kill somebody. If somebody hits you in the head with a brick, there is a good chance that you'll die, or you will sustain an injury that will change the rest of your life. And I think that police officers, the same as every other citizen, because police officers are citizens, they have the right to defend themselves. And I think that they have the right to proportionally defend themselves. And if people are trying to exact deadly force against a police officer, I think a police officer should be able to defend himself with deadly force. Anybody throwing bricks, I think your life is forfeit. That's what I think. And again, why are you throwing bricks at people in the first place? Who the fuck throws bricks at somebody? It's crazy. Like, if somebody came to your house and they threw a brick at you, and you shot them, I would call that self-defense.
And you can see how quickly this could get out of hand. I'm watching people put on face masks. We're going to continue to watch this. We're seeing this right now. We can see it. Can we walk a little bit? Can we walk a little bit just to show a little bit more?
I get what you're saying, but I respectfully disagree. It's all about intent. The weapon may indeed be deadly, but not all throwers intend to kill. Not all throwers intend to kill. So there are times where somebody is going to point a gun at you. So I just want to explain like how dumb this is, what you're saying. If somebody pulls a gun out at you and they try to shoot you in the shoulder, but they accidentally shoot you in the throat and kill you, do you think that you should have to, oh, wait a minute, maybe they're only trying to hit me in the shoulder, I shouldn't be able to respond with deadly force? It's a ridiculous thing to say. Like, you can't know what the intention of somebody is that's throwing the brick at you. Whoever said that's retarded? Yeah, and like, again, you can shoot people without the intention of killing them. But if somebody shoots you, and even if they don't have the intention of killing you, I think you should have the intention, or not you should have the intention, but you should have the ability to shoot them back with the intent to kill them. because you can't know that. There are no bricks of peace. If a brick hits somebody, it doesn't matter what the intent is. If it hits them in the head the wrong way, it's just going to kill them anyway. If you're shooting at someone, you should never shoot to wound. Well, what I'm saying is that, do you think that you shouldn't be able to respond to somebody shooting you because maybe they're shooting you to wound you and not to kill you? Obviously not. That's the most retarded thing you could ever say. So the brick thing is the exact same situation. Bricks of peace? Yeah, I'm serious. That's where these people are coming from. You need to actually develop some empathy. Well, and this is the kind of stuff that I'm saying here, right? And let me see about this. So this is, I think, the mind of one of these people that argues like this. So if an ICE agent aims a gun at you, you don't have the right to defend yourself? Well, yeah, because they're not shooting at you. Like, I don't think that they should shoot people that are holding bricks. I think they should shoot people that are throwing bricks. And also, where's the empathy? Where's the empathy for the police officers that are getting pelted with bricks? What about them? And this is the problem, is that people like this love to advocate for empathy, but they don't actually want to advocate for empathy. They want to advocate for a one-dimensional form of empathy that paints them as the victim and the people that they're attacking as the oppressor. You don't want me to have empathy, because I'm having empathy for the police officers and the people who live in the city that are having their city destroyed, burned down, destroyed, and terrorized by a bunch of crazy fucks. So this entire concept of empathy is totally misguided. You are advocating for empathy towards a person who is trying to throw a brick at another person. This is insane. That defies your logic. You're a psychology major now? You don't need to be. I don't have any psychology. You don't need to have a psychology major to understand that throwing a brick at somebody is a bad idea. You just can't take accountability for the claim I made? Well, I did. It's just stupid. Like, I do have empathy. I have a tremendous amount of empathy. And that empathy lies with the people who are out there trying to protect the country. They're trying to uphold the law. They're getting bricks thrown at them. No, I don't think that people should be punching bags. I don't think so at all. That's not empathy at all. You want to throw bricks and be able to violently oppress people, and the moment that they push back against you, now somehow this is bad. Now you're advocating for empathy. No, you had no empathy in the first place, and you weaponize and you terrorize people, and the moment that you get even a sliver of that back, you try to appeal to people's empathy. No, that's not how it works, and that's not how, I don't think anybody believes that. It's outrageous. It's only when there are consequences? Yes, of course. Retard gone? Yeah, bro is hit by a brick. He's not thinking straight? Yeah, I get so. And I agree completely. Also, there's optics and realities. You don't want to create martyrs. I don't really care about that, honestly. I care about creating a lawful area and a lawful place. And if you want to make a martyr out of a person throwing bricks at police officers or somebody trying to violently assault police officers, then be my guest. Go ahead. But I don't think that's the way the world should work. And I don't think that you should capitulate to logic and rhetoric that paints people that are violent, aggressive, abusive, law-breaking, like people that could be theoretical murderers if they throw it and they hit somebody the wrong way. That person shouldn't be your martyr to begin with. So you can't live your life inside of the confines of the most unreasonable people possible. Because if you do that, you then are also unreasonable.
We can see Andy. If can, okay, we're going to go ahead and move. Stay with me. Stay with me. All right, so here we go.
Yeah,
we're going to take you up to the line.
And that's the problem, is that these appeals to emotion are completely one-sided. They actually don't have any empathy. They don't have any empathy for these officers. Like, why do you think they want to dox these officers? So they can terrorize their families and put their families in danger. What about their empathy? Well, there isn't any. Well, you can say, oh, well, they deserve it. Yes, I'm sure the kid deserves to be terrorized and have the SWAT called to their house or have somebody throw a brick at their window because their dad has a job. It's outrageous. Never let people use your goodwill against you.
you can see what's happening here. All right, so you can see right now,
yeah, of course,
you have officers that created a line to protect themselves, standing here with these protesters who are continuing to shout at them. The disrespect, the level of disrespect has just been insane over these past few days. You have so many people cursing and shouting at law enforcement. You know, these people are out here, they're just trying to protect and serve. They're just trying to keep this community safe. Following instructions, they're here supporting ICE agents as they carry out their operations, and this is what they have to deal with. You see a lot of people, I'm looking at...
I disagree hard. I think I think the dude's criticism has something with you not showing empathy towards the families being torn apart. Well, of course I have empathy to them, and that's bad, but the reality is that a family is torn apart whenever a person commits a crime. So if you rob a bank, you don't get to not go to jail because you have a family. If you're driving drunk and you kill somebody, you don't get to not go to jail because you have a family. This is, again, an illogical emotional appeal that doesn't apply in any other situation. Having a family does not make you immune from consequences of breaking the law. This is something that's acknowledged, and everybody knows this with every single other crime, but we're supposed to pretend like this is different? Again, like, it's just, there's no logic to this at all.
A lot of people with their face, okay, they're spraying some more. We're going to scoot back just a little bit more. Staying with your photographer, trying to stay at a safe distance. I got you, Andy. I got you.
Stay with me.
I got you. All right, so you can see they're pulling out the shields. The California National Guard, you can see there, we're hearing more flashbang grenades. Again, you have... All right, so you can see you have the police here, you have the National Guards here.
This is bad.
Tactical vehicles, military vehicles. Again, this is the very same place where all that violence broke out on Friday, when you had the acting ICE director, Todd Lyons, calling it appalling. This is where that happened, where they said that officers, that there were over 1,000 protesters.
I'll go to a live stream in a minute. Yeah, I just want to show you guys some of the other videos and things that are caught up. Oh, this person's she is a senator, I think, or a congressperson. I forgot which one. It's Maxine Waters. Let me read a few more. This isn't a protest. These people are attacking and destroying the building. Yeah, I think so too. And anyway, let Cali sink into the ocean. Well, I don't know about that. I swear a majority of people are just there to get footage, which is kind of weird too. Why can't they just say, what's so bad? Are they doing too? Yeah, I get that they're dads and aunts, but what about them being separated after years of progression and respect in the country? Well, it should have never happened. Like, just because somebody gets away with a crime for like, and like, so if you apply this to another situation, right? Like, let's say somebody has been selling drugs for 10 years and they haven't gotten arrested, and then they finally get arrested for selling drugs. Can you use the logical argument that, well, because they didn't get arrested for this for 10 years, that now they shouldn't get arrested for selling drugs and like selling fentanyl, right? Don't come out selling weed, like actual hard drugs. This is insane. No, just because you get away with breaking the law for a long period of time doesn't mean that just at a certain point the law shouldn't apply to you anymore. Think about how bad that. precedent is. Again, and this is the issue, is that I think logic and like this type of thinking and logic in general, this is a general like viewpoint that I have, is that logic that can be applicable to more situations is oftentimes better logic, and logic that is reductive and only relevant to certain situations is bad logic. And I think that inside of the circumstance that you've created, you think that this is good logic, but if you apply this to any other circumstance, you would immediately know that it's bad. No one's above the law. Yeah, of course, right? Where do these idiots come from? I think that a lot of people, and I have no problem with people that disagree and want to have a conversation about it civilly, right? I mean, like that person that's like coming and insulting and being rude, that's different. But if somebody has an actual point of view or whatever, then that's going to be it. You're oversimplifying the issue. It's multifaceted. It's actually not. It's not multifaceted at all. The fact is that these people are coming over to the country. They are breaking the law. They know that they're breaking the law. They're doing it on purpose. And they had kids and they started a family, or they had a family and they brought them over, and they knew that this is what happens. So at a certain point, again, there is no other crime that we do that is like, oh, well, this person has a family, so they don't have to go to jail. This is ridiculous. Yeah, it's a ridiculous line of thinking, and it doesn't apply to anything else. Please bring it up. I'll debate you on this. I'm not interested in a debate or anything like this. So police officers in gear that makes a brick not deadly. So this is the kind of stuff that I'm talking about, right? Police officers are in gear that makes a brick not a deadly weapon anymore. Okay. They're also probably wearing bulletproof vests. Does that mean that you can shoot them with a gun? Gear that makes a brick not a deadly weapon anymore. Okay. They're also probably wearing bulletproof vests. Does that mean that you can shoot them with a gun? How could you possibly say something so ridiculous? The concussive impact is what really matters. Like, how could I don't even understand how a person would even think like this. What a ridiculous thing to say. I can't even fathom the type of thinking that these people have. I can't even imagine it. What a retard! Yes, it's insane.
To stop here, where the guns are, I want y'all to take pictures of these guns and let people know that they're in our city with guns, and I'm sure they have autos to shoot and kill. I don't know, but they otherwise
have auto shoot and kill. Okay, Grandma, let's get you to bed. For sure.
They wouldn't have guns.
One question, Representative Ms. Waters. If there's one statement that a message that you can send to Donald Trump, what is that message here today?
My message to Donald Trump is you are a cruel human being, and that you are using the poorest people in the land, the most vulnerable people in the land, to promote your policy.
The people who are using these poorest and most vulnerable people are the business owners that employ them. And they exploit their labor for a lower wage intentionally to take advantage of them at the expense of American workers. It's not Donald Trump who's at fault. It's the business owners who create the incentive for these people to come over.
You are wrong.
This might sound weird. The same as I said, like, I don't really blame the rock throwers, right? It's like, just arrest them and that's it. Like, I'm not like emotionally angry at them. They're just retards, right? It's not really worth taking seriously or getting angry about. I also don't blame any of the illegal aliens. Like, if I lived in like one of these like shitty South American countries, I would want to come to America too. And I would do everything that I could to come to America. And I never try to blame a person acting in self-interest. I understand that. But the problem is the reason why they come to America is because America provides benefits for them that they shouldn't provide, like these jobs. That's the issue. You can blame them too? Sure. I mean, yeah, obviously they shouldn't do it. Yes, definitely. But I think that there's like there's a totally different set of expectations that I have here. Like, a lot of these illegals, I mean, if you want my honest opinion, I wish we could replace half of these shrieking Karens with these illegal aliens. Send the shrieking Karens back to Venezuela or Mexico. Let's keep these hardworking illegals here, and let's just do a fucking swap. I feel like literally everybody would be better off. Well, not Venezuela or Mexico, but we certainly would be. Yeah, 2-for-1 trade. Yeah, that's actually the way that I feel. Like, I don't hate these illegals. Like, yeah, we have to get rid of them and they shouldn't be here, but I understand their problems. Of course I understand them. It's easy to understand it. Of course.
We know what this is all about. We have people who are immigrants here who are trying to seek a better living, who've come from places where they have experienced this kind of thing that he's doing here today. People who work every day, people who are paying taxes, who are raising their families, who are supporting education. They should not be treated this way. They should be given an opportunity to tell their story, whom they are, and why
they can tell their story from the country that they came from. Like, I mean, we have a World Wide Web. I mean, they can just record it in Mexico or wherever they came from. Like, yeah, they can tell the story. There's nothing wrong with telling the story. You just can't do it here.
Here and ask the United
States. Disgustingly dishonest person? Well, of course, right? I mean, and again, like this type of thinking can only survive inside of an echo chamber of lies where it's completely censored. And this is the reason why the Overton window has shifted so much, is because social media and media in general is less homogenous and less censored now. You're seeing the massive shift because a lot of these opinions are like endangered species. They can't actually exist in an environment and in the ecosystem by themselves. They have to be protected on reservations or some form of wildlife conservation. And so they have to be taken care of and made sure, because like if you introduce them into the free marketplace of ideas, they immediately fall apart. Do you think she'd give the opportunity for people that just entered her house illegally? No, of course not. How would an illegal immigrant pay taxes if they aren't a citizen? They do pay taxes in some ways, but not other ways. It's very complicated. And like, so for example, one of the big issues is that, so like for Social Security, for example, they might pay their sales tax, right? Obviously that's the easiest one. But like for Social Security, in a lot of these cases, I think the employers are not paying their Social Security. So Social Security for a lot of jobs, and correct me if I'm wrong, I could be a little bit off on this, but the way Social Security tax works is that the employer pays half and the employee pays half. Well, if you're hiring a person who's an illegal, well, you're not paying that half. They can't collect. Yeah, exactly, right? Wrong unless they're working under a table? Yeah. Which a lot of them are. It's called an I-10 number. Yeah, I know. My dad worked with them whenever he worked at the IRS, actually. Yeah, I know. Individual tax identification number. Yeah, I know. But that's not supposed to be for illegals. That's supposed to be for migrant workers and people that are here on work visas, which is another very big difference.
Do what the Constitution allows us to do, and that is give them consideration for having citizenship here.
Ms. Maxine Waters, thank you for those words. Another thing, do you find it coincidental that this is happening at this time of the year right now? Is there anything that you can correlate with the timeline that it's happening with right now alongside?
No, I think that the president has not been able to live up to the threat that he used during his campaign, where he was going to get millions of them out of here. And I think it's come to the point where he thinks he's got to show something. But also, his ridiculousness has taken over the armed services to celebrate his birthdays coming up. And people are saying, are you going to spend millions of dollars celebrating your birthday using the armed services to do it? And I think that adds to it. All of this is coming to the forefront now.
And Congresswoman, how should the city of LA...
Does she think that his birthday is the 4th of July? I think that's what she thinks, right? Like, I don't know. Like, what the fuck?
In the state of California react to this? What's the
of all of the elected officials in this city should be on the street. The mayor should be on the street. The city council should be on the street. Everybody should be on the street. All of the state elected officials. All of us in Congress. We're supposed to be in Congress tomorrow. But I want you to know, I'm trying to stop him from getting richer and richer on crypto. The more money he has, the more powerful he has, the more he will elect people. So we got a lot of work to do.
Ms. Waters, bodies on the street, basically.
Bodies on the street. People on the street. Absolutely.
Ms. Waters, before we let you go, anything that you can say to anybody watching or the public that wants to come out here or just simply watching or wants to know anything that you want to tell them that they should do or shouldn't do?
Well, here's what I want to.
Somebody says your type of thinking is very selfish and egotistical, especially saying we have to deport these people, especially whenever you include hardworking and respectful immigrants. How can you at least show some selflessness whenever for good immigrants? I do. I absolutely do. See, you've done the thing that I've been criticizing people for doing. You have put all immigrants in the same bucket, when in fact they're not in the same bucket. The reality is that a lot of the immigrants that I'm talking about, how could you say that they're respectful whenever their existence in this country to begin with is an act of disrespect? They don't even respect our laws. That's why they're here in the first place. So this is a ridiculous thing to even say. And do you think I want to have like legal immigrants get deported? No, that's ridiculous. He didn't say illegal. Exactly. Yeah, I don't have a problem with legal immigrants. I mean, I'm sure some people do, right? But I don't. That's not really a big deal to me. So, and this is, again, it's the intentional misunderstanding and the intentional misrepresentation that really, I think this is really going to cause a tremendous amount of xenophobia. And the backlash from this will be bad, and it will negatively affect average immigrants that are part of the group that he's talking about. And the reason why is because he's using emotionally charged language to push a narrative that's wrong. And it's more important for him to push this wrong narrative so he can feel good than to look at what the best thing for those immigrants actually is.
Support. I want to support people having a voice. Peaceful protests are okay. They're all right. I want them to know what happened in the civil rights movement, where we got on the street, where we marched, where we fought, and we made the government.
I remember when Martin Luther King said in his speech to burn down cars and throw bricks at police officers. That was my favorite part of his speech. He says, I have a dream where we throw bricks at police officers and we burn down a 7-Eleven. Remember that? Bro, that went hard.
Change, and we got voting rights peacefully. And so people can protest peacefully. They should come out and they should have a voice, and they should not allow the intimidation to force them to do nothing. Do something.
Do something.
Something.
Do not let the intimidation force you to do nothing. Do something. Words from Congresswoman here, Maxine Waters. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Only bricks and peace.
I can't believe these.
It's ridiculous to compare the civil rights movement to this. It's not even close to the same thing. Of course it's not. It's not even in the same universe. LA riot live. Yep. Someone said I would deport Anne Frank, which doesn't even make sense. What? How would you deport Anne? Where? To where? What the fuck? You would deport Jesus? Wait. To where? Oh my God. You see Hassan? No, I don't see Hassan. I heard he was out there. I don't know. I think that I saw an image of it, and I think he's on like the side up the top. So he's not actually going to go down there and stand in the in this area, because if he did, he'd get in trouble. Right? Like, he has no problem LARPing as a revolutionary, but actually putting it on the line, this is going to be very different, which, to be fair, he was. Well, if he was actually doing that, he should get in trouble. Like, I mean, for sure. He was, though? Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to go and double check. He already did? Oh, I'd have to double see and see it. Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, I think all these people should just get arrested. That's really how I see it. Yeah, I mean, I don't see how it's like there's no other solution to it other than that. Aren't they impeding a highway? They are. They're impeding a highway. And this causes, and this is the issue that, like, whenever you block, like, you know, like, if have you guys ever had, like a really bad accident on the highway, and then it fucks up your local traffic because there's people trying to get to the highway that can't get there because of this massive, fucking, like, this thing? Yeah, for sure, right? And so, like, traffic is kind of like, think of it as like a I don't know, like a nervous system or like a blood system, right? Like it's contracting and expanding over time. And so if you stop it at one point, you cause a problem throughout the entire system. And so this will inconvenience like emergency vehicles. It will inconvenience all kinds of places. People are hoping badly this catches on the rest of the country, and it won't, but nobody gives a shit anymore. Well, I think that it will catch on if these people don't get arrested and held accountable. Like, that's really what the problem is. It's like there's no arrests, they're not telling people to leave. Like, this shouldn't even be happening for as long as it has been. They're protesting for a good cause against the government. It doesn't give a fuck about due process in courts. Civil disturbance like this is no way to protest. No, it's not. Getting in the street. This is my viewpoint. Sorry, they're really loud. I will vote for whoever will put these people in jail. Like, whatever it takes to put all of these people in jail and lock them up for like a massive period of time. That's what I want to vote for. Should they kill the protesters? No, I don't see why you would kill them. No, absolutely not. There's no reason to do that. Where's the U.S. flags? This is a protest in America. There aren't any. Yeah, this is, again, yeah, literally no. Oh, there's one. There's the U.S. flag up there. Okay, to be fair, there is one. It's not even 100 people. I think this is cinema, but I feel bad for the police for sure. Yeah, definitely. Where's the due process when these illegals came in? Why are people like that chatter caring for due process? Because they don't care for due process. They only want to advocate for due process because it's a beneficial roadblock that benefits them. They don't actually care about it one way or another. What are they clapping for? I don't know. Aren't you supposed to get government approval for protests? Well, not only are you supposed to get government approval for protests, but a lot of like the MLK famous protests, he did actually have permits for, and they did get approval for. How do we get to a point where 40% of LA is foreign born? Well, I have no idea. And also, again, Martin Luther King himself even said that he didn't support blocking traffic. Let me see if I can show you. Let's see here. And I mean, this is an AI summary, so people feel free to not believe it. But this is an example right here. While Martin Luther King was known for his nonviolent protest tactics, marches, he did not support the deliberate blocking of traffic as a primary tactic. He viewed such actions as a misguided approach and was uncomfortable with the potential inconvenience and disruption. So, I mean, it's and there's obviously like information, there's a quote of this and everything, right? And so, like, this is, I mean, you can just look this up. Yeah, so, and like, so I just wanted to show you guys that because, like, there is, like, this false narrative that, well, because this is what happened in civil rights, this is why it's okay to do it now. That's not even what happened in civil rights. With the World Cup next year? Oh boy. Well, it's good that they're cleaning it up now, right? I feel that's really good. Where's the National Guard? I don't know. There's hardly any turnout. This has no movement. Well, it has enough movement for the police not to do anything about it. They were talking about the Boston Tea Party. This isn't the 1700s. Well, the difference with the Boston Tea Party is that you didn't live in a democracy. So in the Boston Tea Party, the reason why people threw the tea in the sea is because they weren't able to vote and be represented. These people are able to vote and they are being represented. They just lost. They're mad because, like, basically, like, you know, oh, well, I lose Monopoly. I'm going to flip the fucking board over. Keep it up. Keep it up. Do it 100 more times. It's going to get rid of Donald Trump. Keep it up. Yeah, look at them all. That's crazy. There's a second group at the ICE facility too? Yeah, yeah. Some policies can be against minorities and they have the right to protest. Well, I mean, that doesn't even make sense. Everybody has the right to protest. This isn't protest. Standing in the middle of the street isn't a protest. Yeah, that's not protesting. That's breaking the law. Like, if you go and you go into your local highway and you stand in the middle of your highway, they're going to arrest you eventually. Yeah, like, and that's it. It's back up to the 5 near me now. I don't know where that is. This looks more like an invasion, to be honest. I think that this is a problem that's very easily solvable. All you have to do is arrest the people that are in the highway and then just let the rest of them fuck off. Like, that's it. It's literally really simple. Switch the audio. This is so annoying. Let me see if I can find another video. You're actually kind of right. It is kind of annoying. Yeah, we got another one right here. Look at them all. God damn. God damn. China shot protesters in the 80s. That's what we should do here. I don't advocate for, and I'm not a fan of shooting protesters unless they're using deadly force, like throwing rocks or something like that, or shooting you. I don't think it needs to come to that. Yeah, there's no reason to do that. I work here. This is fucking annoying. Uh-oh. Why aren't the police doing anything? Welcome to the last 5 years of my life. That's what I've been wondering for the last 5 years. It's so annoying. Yeah, it is. Do you think that by doing this, all the illegal immigrants will just become illegal? Yeah, that's clearly what they're trying to do. Being a Mexican American, this shit's so embarrassing. I know. Listen, like I live in Austin, Texas. I'm pretty sure Austin, Texas used to be Mexico, maybe, or it was at least very close to it. Most Mexican Americans don't support this either. That's why Latino men voted. Like, there's a huge increase in Latino guys voting for Trump. Nope. You spot Hassan? No, I don't see him. I don't see him. See if we can get a higher quality. No, it's as good as it gets. I'll see if he pops up. He's up to the white sign guy. Oh, over there. I can't see that at all. If you grow up in Texas, you spend your life around Hispanics, they're more conservative than most white Americans. Yeah, I mean, like, my experience is that they are, especially with a lot of social issues. Because a lot of them are very religious. Roman Catholics? Oh, yeah. Whenever we, my mom and I, more yelling. Yeah, again, not a, I think maybe that's an American flag. I don't know if it is. Other than that, not a single American flag in sight. There you go. When you go down and protest for the other side instead of just talking about it? Well, because I do the thing that works. I vote for people that arrest the people that do this. I think the democratic process is a really good idea. And so, like, instead of going and standing out in the street, I just patiently wait for the ability to vote, and then I vote for people who I think will solve the problem. But you didn't vote? Yeah, and I don't really feel like, I don't feel bad about that right now. Because what I would have voted for is for somebody to come in and arrest all of them. But it didn't happen. That's my whole point. So this is the, these are Do you think this could resort in civil war or civil unrest? No, not at all. I think this is a problem. They could solve this problem in 24 hours. Like this is a 24-hour solution. But they just don't want to do it. Easily, yeah, easily. And they have time. They have time left over. It's a GTA 6 car. Yeah. People don't realize an insane minority of people doing this. Yeah. Well, that's the problem, is that, like, you have this one, like, in my opinion, I think this is, like, pretty much a single-digit minority of people that are doing this. And, like, well, how do you let these people run wild? Yeah, this is nuts, man. Majority at this point? No, it's not. This is like a... Where's this music? Oh, it's this here. Let me turn this off. Sorry, I thought there was something else going on. Yeah. See, they go and they say this shit, right? They say shit like this. Let us be clear. Anyone who assaults or impedes a federal law enforcement officer or agent in the performance of their duties will be arrested and swiftly prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Where are they? Where are the prosecutions then? Where are they? When? When? Like tomorrow? Like next year? Like, this is insane. This is third world country bullshit? Yeah, exactly. Crazed leftist tries to block. Look at this. Look at this. We can't watch that. I don't want to watch a guy get run over. But, like, I mean, honestly, this is insane. Like, you're trying to get in front of a car like this. And I got to tell you, I don't have any fucking sympathy. You are trying to get in front of and stop a car like this. This is insane. A U.S. Marshal bus. You have to get these people and put them in fucking jail. He survived. You can't win them all. What's
to
this?
access where all of this is playing out right now, where our ground camera is.
Look at this.
They're going to have to get through this.
Oh,
these
here we
protesters.
go.
Two of those SUVs are now essentially going around this
This is nuts, man.
Protesters. This really could turn extremely.
This is
ugly
crazy.
Right now. I'm seeing one of the doors open.
Oh, they're shooting out the window
on one of those vehicles.
What is this?
It's hard to tell if that's.
Look at
if
he's
that
out.
vehicle's
He's
with the
playing
federal
around.
government. Oh, but we're right now seeing some agents with the federal government come out, and they're trying to make way for this bus. Right now.
Yeah, kidnappers, not protesters. Yeah, bro, this is not like, and this is the problem. Is like, it's really a vocabulary problem. This is not a protest. Like, whenever you're whenever you're destroying property and throwing bricks at people and, like, you know, fucking getting in the street and making sure people can't drive, this isn't a protest anymore. Like, this was a protest. Now it's not. And so that you got even more of this.
Vantage point that we would not have without having helicopters there in the sky. Look at this, Austin.
Mexican flags?
Mexican flags. The line of law enforcement agents there.
Yep.
During this face-off.
Can you imagine how fucking annoying this is if you're trying to drive home? Holy shit.
Appears to be a face-off.
Yeah, and it's tough to tell from a distance, but it looked to be the color of the sheriff's deputies that are creating that wall there. Looks like they're trying to create a.
How long do you think a police or person crashes out and a protester gets shot? Well, that's what's scary, right? Is like, in my opinion, this is what I support, right? I mean, obviously, I don't want them to run people over, right? But I support self-defense. I think that if you assault a police officer with what could be a deadly weapon, you should expect a proportionate response in force. I see no reason that us as a society can morally or ethically tell police officers, you have to tank bricks being thrown at you. That is outrageous. Nobody should have to tank a brick. Nobody should have this happen. Blocking someone's way is also self-defense because you stopped me from going where we're trapped there. Where am I supposed to do? Yeah, no, I get it. But, like, I don't want to see people get hurt, right? I mean, I can make a joke or say some bullshit, right? But, like, I don't actually want to see this happen. But the reason why it happens is because nothing else happens. Like, the escalation is the problem. It would have never gotten to this point if these people had gotten arrested right as soon as they started popping off. The problem is that they haven't gotten arrested. They've been able to just kind of run wild and with no consequences do this stuff. I'm surprised no one's going to try yet. Yeah, exactly, right? And so that's really the issue. No one wants anyone to get hurt, but if you're right-minded, you got to take people in their lives more seriously. If they find themselves in front of a moving vehicle, yeah, exactly. This is the new normal unless they get arrested. Exactly. Yeah, and I live in LA, and the people organizing these riots with buses or giving instructions to people how to get weapons and Facebook, other similar websites, it's extremely funded. Well, the problem is, like, so if it's so funded, why can't the FBI figure out who's doing it? Why can't they, if there are instructions of getting weapons to go to, like, a protest on Facebook, why can't they find out who's doing that on Facebook and arrest them? It's the FBI because they're the ones funding it. I mean, that's the best example. Like, okay, like, at least that's a conspiracy theory that at least makes sense because nothing else even makes any sense.
They cannot get on that overpass.
You think Democrats should be held accountable for pushing it there? Absolutely not. Democrats are not wholesale accountable for this. Each individual person out there with a baseball bat, a brick, or a rock is accountable for their own actions. It's not Bernie Sanders or Elizabeth Warren's fault that some retard decided to go out there and stand in the middle of the street. It's that retard's fault, and you've got to look at him. Now, unless they're explicitly organizing and telling people to do this, then yeah, of course you've got a conversation there. But let's look at the individual people and who's actually doing this.
So at least what looks to be an overpass.
That's what I think.
To me, from our vantage
look at
point.
this. This is crazy.
So this is obviously causing traffic in the area to come to a standstill. These roads are completely blocked.
So Trump's accountable for January 6th? Yeah, obviously. Obviously, yeah. Like, I mean, why would you even bring that up? Yeah, duh, of course. Like, you see, this is the problem that people like you have. You think this is a team. You think that, like, this is some kind of, like, a team thing. No, it's not a team thing, bro. Like, it's a gotcha. Like, what are you even bringing up? Probably go back and ban that guy. Like, what is this? You're going to bring that up again? Yeah, this is insane. Even, like, I thought he was, right? Like, because, I mean, I think he could have done a better job keeping people under control, etc. But it didn't happen. That's fine. But overall, yeah, absolutely. People are responsible. Yes. It's a rule of law. They always bring up January 6th. Do you know why? It's because they don't have any other examples.
Protesters have been gathering now for 2 hours, and it's hard for us to get our bearings.
Of course they bring it up.
Because we've been watching the images from the ground all this time, and now we see this shot from the sky, and it's tough for me to distinguish if this is, I don't believe what we're looking at this second is the exact same scene that we've been watching for the past couple hours.
I don't believe so.
What do you think happened on January 6th? It was awful. January 6th was really bad. I mean, I've said this 50 fucking times. The thing is that a lot of people try to bring this up. Like, I don't give a fuck about January 6th. That shit happened years ago. The people that did it went to jail like they should have. And they were in jail for fucking years. Like, if they had been tried for those crimes, the majority of them would have probably gotten out earlier than if they were sitting in there in the first place. They were pardoned? Yeah, but I know, what is the criminal amount of time that you have for, like, getting in trouble for that? It's like probably 3 to 5 years, and they were there for 3 to 5 years. That's pretty fucking fair, guys. I'm sorry to say.
Hey, todo va a estar bien, papa. Hey.
Jesus.
I'm not doing anything. Hey, why the fuck are you choking him, dog? Hey, look at that. Hey, he's choking him. Hey, look, hey.
This is nuts.
I'm not doing shit. Hey, I'm recording. Hey, it's all being recorded, pa. It's all being recorded. Dale. Dale, I'm not doing anything. I'm right here on the curb. What you gonna do? Nigga ain't put the fucking bags down. Niggas, you ain't gonna do shit. Hey, déjalo. Hey, just let it be. Déjalo, papa.
Yeah, people are just losing their fucking minds nowadays. It's absolutely insane. And I'll see if I can find any more of these. This is the same one from today. This is Brick Boy. This is crazy. Like, insane that this is even happening. And like, this is the kind of stuff I'm talking about, right? Rest the record recording. Yeah, exactly. These dudes don't give a fuck about cameras? Absolutely not. And so resisting arrest warrants force? Yeah, of course it does. They probably allow these protests to happen since they know it makes the Democrats look bad and hope the people living there will switch sides during the midterms. I mean, like, maybe. Like, that's an optimistic outlook on it, right? I mean, in my opinion, I just think these people are fucking morons. But, like, I mean, you could be right. But let's see if there's any more of this in general. But, yeah, it's just crazy how much this is going on, right? ICE will not stop and promises arrests for federal agents. Promises arrests. Like, Jesus Christ. How many promises do we fucking need? Yeah, like, I'm so sick of these promises. Like, oh, it's gonna happen. Like, this has been going on now for months, man. Yeah. All promises, no action. Yeah. What is this? Like, what are you doing? You're just destroying random shit. This is nuts. Yep. Look, they're helping. Why do this? They do it because they think they can get away with it. That's the reason why. They all think that they can get away with it, and so they do it. I'm going to look at a couple more, then we're going to look at some other stuff, okay? A lot of these guys are not getting laid. Yeah. There's not an excuse so they can demolish shit? Yeah, exactly. Left-wing fatigue, can't wait for the next right-wing landslide next election. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest. Like, anybody that supports or tries to make an excuse out of this shit, I would never vote for them. Like, this is embarrassing. It's embarrassing, man. I've been living in California the last 40 years. Look at the history of California since the 80s. I mean, again, like, that's just really, looking at the stuff from going on in your country from the outside, it really looks like it's just red versus blue. Actual politics, future of your country, and the well-being of your citizens are just side quests. No, the problem is that, the problem with is the amount of alarmism in media and the emotional escalation of all rhetoric in media and also in politics. Like, everything is elevated to the most extreme and most, like, the worst possible thing, right? That's what I think. Back up. How is it not on the politicians that brought this chaos here? You regularly support murder and SA charges for everyone involved. Why not now? Oh, I do. No, I do support them, but, like, that's like a secondary effect. Like, that's like a after the dust settles effect. Like, what I'm saying is, like, you solve the immediate problem of the people that are doing it, and then you figure out anybody else that, like, kind of caused it to happen later on. There's a lot of black officers there. I wonder what's the excuse for the rioters then, since a lot of riots are very much race-based in a sense. Kind of ironic. Yeah, I mean, like, again, like, it's just, I think, again, majority is, you know, the same group of people. They have jobs. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, police officers have, like, are of every race. Of course. You know, like, minorities, if they agree with them, yeah, that's it. It's like getting in front of a car like that. I mean, like, how, like, when do you, like, at what point do people like this start going to jail and getting arrested? And this is a Home Depot? Is this actually a Home Depot? I don't think this is a Home Depot. Is it? Damn. That poor dog. I didn't even see the dog. See, like, that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about, right? Is like, how do you as a, like, as a government official, how do you let this shit happen? Right? I mean, like, I don't understand it at all. How low can the human IQ be? Pretty low. Pretty low. As you heard him, it'll be George Floyd all over again. Well, I mean, I think the solution to that is the same thing that they should have done back then. Just call in the National Guard and arrest the people that are committing the crimes. Anybody who wants to protest, it's totally fine. But you can't destroy property in order to protest. They should have done that back in 2020. Like, the fact that they didn't handle the George Floyd protests properly, I think isn't an excuse for them to not handle these protests either properly. Because I think these protests are going to do the exact same thing again. But white people riot and destroy property whenever their football teams win? The last time that happened in, what do you call it? The last time that happened in, I guess, France, there were a lot of different races of people there. Like, it was not just like, oh, are we really going to act like it's all white people over in Europe? It's absolutely not. I mean, you just go look at the tapes. Go watch the tapes. Like, it's not even it. Uh-oh. Protest is one thing, but rioting's another thing? Yeah. It's crazy to me that this violent minority of leftist extremists isn't being dealt with by the authorities. It's very crazy to me, too, because, and here's the issue, is that every day that you don't deal with it, it gets bigger. Every day that you don't, clamp down on this stuff, it gets worse and worse and worse. And it makes you look worse, too. Is this chaos in Austin? Well, I don't know what it's like in Austin. I have no idea about Austin. Yeah. Yeah, you want a civil war? No. What do you think this is? Do you think this is a 50-50 thing? Do you think average people support throwing bricks at police officers? Absolutely not. The entire premise of this is just outrageous. Absolutely not. Yes, you do? No, they don't. Like, this is, again, any sort of polling or anything like that. This is a 90-10 issue. This is absolutely not. Like, it's more than 1% that support this. Yeah, sure. But it's like probably 5 or maybe at the most 10% of people that support this. It's insane. Like, there's no civil war that's going to happen over the police officers arresting
Energy drinks
people
are bad
for throwing bricks at cars. Like, what are you even thinking? Again, it's so fucking
Energy drinks are
embarrassing.
bad for you, straight up. But some are so bad, they even have a kill count attached to them. Over the next week, I'm gonna be testing banned drinks to see how dangerous they really are. Now I'm gonna be rating each drink based off these 3 criteria. 1, energy. Am I just gonna get a little energy boost, or am I gonna cross the line to anxiety-fueled heart palpitations? Hopefully at least one of them puts me in the sweet spot between the two. 2, taste. If I'm gonna be risking my life, I should at least be enjoying it. And last but not least, crash. What kind of crash am I gonna be hit with? Am I just gonna be needing a nap? Or am I gonna be slammed by an 18-wheeler? All right, let's get started. Drink 1, Spike Shooter. Shooter, hardly know her. Made in Colorado Springs and ironically banned at a high school in Colorado Springs after sending kids to a hospital and even putting one kid in a wheelchair, which eventually caused 7-Eleven stores to pull them off their shelves.
My stomach started to cramp up and I started vomiting.
So you're telling me a bunch of high school kids couldn't handle 350 milligrams of caffeine? I'm no doctor, so the only thing I can say is their football team probably sucks. On top of the caffeine, there's 800 milligrams of beta-alanine here.
This video has been sponsored by Brilliant. A few years ago, when I was in Japan, I discovered this version of Monster called Monster Cubed to get all of this, which should be 25 liters, concentrated down to just this.
Let's go.
So yeah, I guess we better get started with that. And the first step is to get a spoon and to trying to be low carb. Almost to get it flat, but I think this is better. Oh man. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no! Ah! How did I not see that? There's just a river of Red Bull now.
Dude.
It worked too good.
Wait, catch that.
We don't have another container.
Catch it with your hands.
Oh, oh, oh God.
My gosh.
What a rookie mistake.
Are we adding that table juice in there?
No. I'm just trying to figure out how much we lost so we can compensate. Oh, it's just look at the bits in there. It's just parts of the table.
Oh yeah, that's done.
Okay, so I think we need to add double that back in if we're gonna make sure we're at the right can amount. And we actually have a few spares. So 1, 2, 3. Done. And I think what's nice is it looks like there's more than before, which is good, because I mean, at the very least, I want there to be more, not less. So I think we're more at like 101 cans now-ish. So that's good. More is better.
Go slow this time.
Yeah, we'll be a little bit more moderate. Is that it?
I think it's done.
Oh yeah.
That seems good.
Yeah, that's good. So I think all we need to do now is just do a little taste test to see how much fizz is in there. Yeah, that's flat. That's super flat. Okay, success. And I mean, we just got to concentrate it. So, step one, transfer it to this convenient little cart. Oh God, I don't want to spill it.
Oh, okay.
And now, turn it on. And we have this incredibly complicated looking diagram.
What is this?
I think it looks complicated, but it's not actually that complicated. Regardless, I think step one is simple. We take this little noodle and we just stick it in our bucket. Okay? And yeah, the next step is to just open this door for this vent, drop the exhaust out into there.
Okay.
And the next question is just, how does any of this work? Oh yeah. So we have a bunch of stuff here. We have a temperature setting, fan, pump, and needle. And I think the best thing we can do is just go for it. So it's already set to 150C. I think I'm just gonna turn the heating on. Okay, and then the fan is set to 100 Hertz. I'll just turn that on. And then that's loud. That's actually so loud. And now the air compressor. Okay, and then we turn on the needle. And the last thing that we need to
to what I had to do. Had to run from you. I'm in love with you, but